Chapter 987. Izumo Sect. Xianbei reminded him. In the northern desert, the three second-rate forces, Izumo Sect, Anika Sect, and North Nether Sect, undoubtedly stood at the peak. As one of the many third-rate forces in the northern desert, although they did not have much interaction with the second-rate forces, they still heard about some of the things that happened in the second-rate forces. Lei Zhong? Izumo Sect? After Xianbei's reminder, Zhang Yan's thoughts gradually became clearer. Soon, his face was filled with shock. His eyes could not help but narrow as he muttered, "Could this Lei Zhong be the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect?" Then, Zhang Yan looked at Duan Lingtian and felt his scalp go numb. This Duan Lingtian, his strength. How much has he improved? He can even kill Lei Zhong from Izumo Sect. He had long heard about Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect. According to the rumors, Lei Zhong's cultivation base had already entered the 4th level void transformation, and he had even comprehended the 4th level advanced fire concept. In the entire northern desert, he was considered a top powerhouse among the young powerhouses. He was far from what he could compare to now. However, such a powerful young powerhouse had been killed by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Zhang Yan could not help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength. At the same time, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really bold. He actually dares to kill Lei Zhong. It's said that Lei Zhong is not only the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect, but he's also the direct disciple of the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo Sect. He had killed the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in front of so many people. Zhang Yan could almost foresee Duan Lingtian's fate in the future. Duan Lingtian killed Lei Zhong, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Izumo Sect? Duan Lingtian has already announced that he's leaving our 5-element sect? Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, and Tianzhen, who had rushed to the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure, were all shocked by the news they heard from the other 5-element sect's disciples. Even though Nangong Chen's expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with fear. "Tian Wu, the energy in your body seems to be extremely unstable. When you tried to mobilize and cast the fire profundity earlier, I could clearly feel that it was completely out of your control." Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, did not care about the gazes of others. He once again returned to Feng Tianwu's side and spoke with a solemn expression via voice transmission. "Not only that, once you cast the fire profundity, it might trigger the fire spirit body's energy in your body and cause it to erupt in advance. At that time, I'm afraid your life will be in danger." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of worry could be seen between his brows. "Elder brother Duan, you don't have to worry. If it's not necessary, I won't cast the fire profundity." Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with warmth when she heard Duan Lingtian's concern. Her beautiful face blushed slightly as she replied softly and obediently. "All right." Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. As long as Feng Tianwu did not mobilize and cast the fire profundity by force, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would not erupt. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked around and noticed that there were many more familiar faces at the scene. For example, Zhang Yan, Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, Tan Huan, Tianzhen, and the other 5-element sect's disciples, Empyrean Temple's disciples, Blade Sect's disciples, and Emotion-Severing Sect's disciples. Unfortunately, Chen Wei didn't make it here alive. The moment he thought of Chen Wei, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Looks like the show of strength earlier is still effective. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of young powerhouses around him and noticed that most of them had a hint of fear in their eyes when they looked at him. Even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether Sect, and Zuoyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika Sect, had a hint of dread in their eyes when they looked at him. "Xianbei, you said earlier that you're interested in the profundity fragment in my hand? Are you trying to snatch it away from me?" As though he was reminded of something, Duan Lingtian suddenly looked at Xianbei with a faint smile on his face. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Everyone's eyes shifted to Xianbei. This monk from Empyrean Temple suddenly became the center of attention. Ha! Bald donkey, didn't you want to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? You were interrupted earlier, so you didn't succeed. Now that nobody interrupted you, why aren't you snatching it away? Wang Daniu could not help but look at Xianbei when he recalled the earlier scene. He laughed mockingly. What? Senior brother Xianbei wanted to snatch the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand earlier? The few surviving Empyrean Temple disciples looked at each other in disbelief. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. Was senior brother Xianbei's head kicked by a donkey? When Duan Lingtian looked at him, Xianbei realized something was wrong. When Duan Lingtian repeated what he said earlier, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. What a joke! The reason he said those words earlier was because he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian with his strength. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he completely dispelled the thought of fighting with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be humiliated. Duan Lingtian, the agreement between you and me is over. I know I'm no match for you. Taking a deep breath, Xianbei no longer cared about his reputation. His expression was that of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianbei deeply. He did not intend to argue with him. He did not have a good impression of this little monk from Empyrean Temple, but he did not have a bad impression of him either. As for what the other party said earlier, he did not take it to heart. Even if Xianbei was in his position and possessed the profundity fragment, he would also say the same thing if he was in Xianbei's position. After all, as long as one was a martial artist, they would be interested in the profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian, after leaving Emperor Wu's secret treasure, run as far as you can. Since you've announced your departure from Five Element Sect in front of so many people, I don't think Izumo Sect will attack Five Element Sect for the sake of their reputation. However, you're different. A voice transmission that was filled with concern sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. For the sake of taking revenge for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, Izumo Sect will surely spare no expense to kill you. Fortunately, you didn't come in through the same entrance as us. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape even if you wanted to. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Peng Bao, the Anika Sect's disciple. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Bao, who was looking at him with concern. He felt warmth in his heart as he responded with a smile. Just like what he had said, he knew what he was doing. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, it meant he had prepared a way out for himself. Leaving Five Element Sect was only the first step. Naturally, the most important reason for leaving Five Element Sect was that he did not want to implicate Five Element Sect because of his own matters. He could leave without a word, but Five Element Sect could not. If Five Element Sect was annihilated by Izumo Sect because of him, he would not be at ease. Is this the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse? Was it the place where he died? Suddenly, someone said, "That's right." At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention away from Xianbei to the gigantic palace. Their eyes shone brightly. They had come all the way here for the palace left behind by the martial emperor powerhouse. Putting aside the other treasures in this palace, the profound profundity fragment contained the profound profundity fragment. Just the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body alone were enough to drive anyone crazy. One of them was an Emperor Stage profundity fragment. The palace is surrounded by densely packed killing formations. How am I supposed to get in? Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy. The moment it shrouded the palace, he discovered the terrifying killing formations. The power of these killing formations was in no way inferior to the killing formation at entrance number 2. Profundity fragment. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling wary, a Blade Sect's disciple exclaimed excitedly. He dove down and dashed toward the palace, wanting to be the first to enter. As the saying went, the early bird gets the worm. Perhaps, in his opinion, the first person to enter the palace would have a higher chance of finding Emperor Wu's body and obtaining the profundity fragment in Emperor Wu's body. The Blade Sect's disciple was extremely fast. In just a moment, He arrived in front of the palace and dashed toward the entrance. Ha! The blade sect's disciple stood outside the palace and laughed excitedly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he dashed toward the entrance. When the young powerhouses from the other forces saw the blade sect's disciple making his move, they were eager to make their move as well. However, what happened in the next moment caused fear to appear on their faces. They immediately became obedient. The blade sect's disciple flew out. However, before he could even get close to the entrance of the palace, it was as though he was blocked by an invisible force. Boom! In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the blade sect's disciple's body mysteriously exploded and turned into a bloody rain that splattered in front of the entrance of the palace. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the only thing that could be heard was the sound of people sucking in cold air. It's an inscription formation. Soon after, someone regained his senses. The way he looked at the gigantic palace changed completely. The way everyone looked at the palace was no longer as though they were looking at a pile of rare treasures. Instead, it was more like they were looking at a ferocious and terrifying beast. Their eyes were filled with fear. There's a killing formation around the palace. How are we going to get in? Many young powerhouses frowned. They had a troubled expression on their faces. The treasure was right in front of them. However, it was still a problem whether they could make it in alive. Since that Emperor Wu left this place behind and asked us to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from his body, it's impossible for him to reject us. Chapter 988. Indeed. Since Emperor Wu left such a place behind, and his body is inside, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to not let us in. Many people agreed. Ha! Just when everyone was at a loss over the killing formation that enveloped the palace, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy that he extended out discovered an inkling of something. He discovered something. After the blade sect's disciple was killed by the killing formation that shrouded the palace, the killing formation seemed to have completed its mission. It gradually faded away before it disappeared. Don't tell me that the killing formation that the martial emperor set up outside the palace can be broken as long as someone offers their life as a sacrifice? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was no stranger to the idea of breaking a formation with a blood sacrifice. As long as the inscription master who set up the killing formation had the intention, he could set up the killing formation so that it could be broken with a blood sacrifice. As long as someone died under the killing formation, the killing formation would automatically be broken. Lucky young people, welcome. Just as Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their faces to turn slightly solemn. After the killing formation is broken, a polyphony formation has been activated. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force noticed this at the first possible moment. It's the voice of that Emperor Wu powerhouse. At once, the group of young powerhouses present recognized the owner of the voice. Ever since they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, they had heard this voice a few times. Soon after, the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse that left a message in the polyphony formation resonated again. The blood sacrifice is complete, and the killing formation is broken. Lucky young people, all of you can enter now. The voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse did not contain any emotions. It was extremely cold. The blood sacrifice is complete? When the group of young powerhouses present heard the words of the Emperor Wu powerhouse, they were stunned before they regained their senses. Horror dawned on them one after another. If that's the case, does this mean that it was that blade sect's disciple who used his own life to break the killing formation for us? According to the message left by the Emperor Wu, it was obvious that one of them had to die in order to break the killing array. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry to go in just now. Otherwise, I might have been the one to use the blood sacrifice array. It's too cruel. A person's life is required to be sacrificed in order to activate the killing formation outside this palace. Perhaps, the inside of the palace is even more dangerous. The young experts present discussed animatedly. Their brows were filled with fear. They were afraid of the palace left behind by Emperor Wu. They were afraid of the dangers that might exist inside. Even Zui Yu and Su Qing didn't act rashly after hearing Emperor Wu's message. Let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled at Feng Tianwu, then called out to Huang Daniu, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong. He nodded at Peng Bao and took the lead to dive down. Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. As long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, she would not be afraid even if she had to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. In her opinion, even if she had to die, she would have no regrets as long as she could die by the side of the person she loved. Let's go. Wang Daniu and the other two did not hesitate this time. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu moved, they followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and opened a path with his spiritual energy. He flew straight to the entrance of the palace and arrived in front of the magnificent door in just a moment. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the door. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the door. Suddenly he exerted his strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the door opened slowly. It was majestic. Let's go. After opening the door, Duan Lingtian called out to the 4 people beside him and took the lead to fly in. Bush, bush, bush. Feng Tianwu and the other 3 followed behind Duan Lingtian. Their figures instantly disappeared behind the door that was not fully opened. They completely disappeared before the eyes of the people outside. They're fine. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Let's go in as well. Nangong Yi raised his eyebrows. He flew out with Nangong Chen and entered the palace through the open door. Let's go. Zhang Yan and Xian Bei brought the surviving emotion-severing sect's disciples and Empyrean Temple's disciples and followed them. Subsequently, Peng Bao, Zui Yu, and Su Qing also brought the Anika sect's and North Nether sect's disciples and followed them in. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the palace. As soon as he entered, his spiritual energy detected the dense aura fluctuations of inscription formations that were emitted from within. Among them, there was an inscription formation that practically enveloped the earth and sky regions that they had to pass through. Illusory formation. Duan Lingtian came to a halt. As he muttered to himself, his face turned solemn. This was because the inscription formation he discovered earlier was this illusory formation. If he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to go through it. As long as he entered the illusory formation, he would fall into an illusion. As for where he would end up after he passed through the illusion, it was not something he could control. Illusory formation? Feng Tianwu and the other 3 who were following behind Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's whisper and could not help but be shocked. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Yes, it's an illusory formation. Duan Lingtian nodded and said solemnly, this illusory formation does not have any lethality. It's similar to the illusory formation we've experienced earlier. It's only used to separate us so we can search for treasures in this palace. Illusory formation was the abbreviation of illusory formation. If we want to enter the palace, we'll have to go through it. Therefore, I'm afraid the 4 of us will have to part ways here. Duan Lingtian said. What's that Emperor Wu trying to do? He's always trying to separate us. I still want to be with you and reap more benefits. Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily, how would I know what he's trying to do? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Huang Daniu complaining to him. He rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. Everyone has to be careful. Zhang Shouyong said. Yes. Su Li nodded. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu who was next to him and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, if it's not necessary, don't activate or cast the fire profundity again. Otherwise, the energy of the fire spirit body in your body will surely erupt and even harm your life. Feng Tianwu heard the concern in Duan Lingtian's words, and her drop-dead gorgeous face revealed a rare smile that could captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be slightly absent-minded for a moment. 2 wisps of crimson red suffused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her in a daze, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. She was extremely embarrassed. Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze awkwardly and touched his nose embarrassedly. Then he changed the topic. all of you can go in first. Let's go. Let's go look for that Emperor Wu's body. If I can find it, I'll be rich. Huang Daniu cried out excitedly and flew out. Almost at the same time when Huang Daniu flew out, his figure was concealed by clouds of black mist that appeared out of thin air and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. He had officially activated the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I'll go in first. Su Li entered the illusory formation after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. Then Zhang Shouyong followed suit. Elder brother Duan, you have to be careful too. Feng Tianwu warned Duan Lingtian. She only entered the illusory formation after getting Duan Lingtian's promise. At this moment, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at them. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the two of them. Nangong Chen and Nangong. Duan Lingtian nodded at the two of them as a greeting. Then, without waiting for their response, he flew into the black mist and disappeared before the eyes of the Nangong brothers. It's the illusory formation again. Nangong Yi frowned as he looked at the familiar black mist before him. Does this mean the two of us are going to be separated again? Earlier, when he first entered, he was separated from Nangong Chen due to the illusory formation at the bottom of the stone stairs on the side of the high platform. After that, they only met again after exploring Emperor Wu's secret treasure for half a month. Moreover, they had to rely on their telepathy. As twin brothers, Nangong Yi and Nangong Chen could sense each other's approximate location as long as the distance between them was not too far apart. Telepathy. Nangong Chen reminded him coolly. Yes, telepathy. How could I forget such an important thing? With our telepathy, we can definitely sense each other's location in this palm-sized palace. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up when he heard Nangong Chen's reminder. Idiot. Nangong Chen replied coolly. Then, before Nangong Yi could react, he flew out and entered the illusory formation that was shrouded in black mist before he disappeared. You're the idiot. Nangong Yi snapped back to his senses and cursed before he followed in with a dissatisfied expression. Soon after, Zhang Yan and Xian Bei arrived as well. It's the illusory formation again. Although they were shocked by the illusory formation before them, the two of them did not hesitate and flew into the illusory formation directly. Then, the disciples from Five Elements Sect, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect entered one after another. Among the disciples from the 6 major forces that entered from entrance number 2, only the disciples from the 4 major forces survived. As for the disciples from the other 2 major forces, they were all killed. After the group of people from entrance number 2 disappeared into the illusory formation, the group of people from entrance number 1 arrived late and appeared in the palace one by one. The leaders were Su Qing and Zuoyu. Let's go. Su Qing called out to the 3 surviving North Nether Sect's disciples and flew into the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian, I hope you're really hiding something when you used your spirit weapon earlier. Otherwise, if I find out that the strength of 1,600 ancient horn dragons that you cast after using your spirit weapon is your full strength, I'll definitely kill you. After Su Qing and the others entered, Zuoyu's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 989. If Duan Lingtian used his spirit weapon and unleashed his full strength, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horn dragons. He was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. With the 4th level void transformation concept that he had comprehended and his cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation, his strength would be equivalent to the strength of 1,620 ancient horn dragons once he used his spirit weapon. In his opinion, his strength was more than 20 ancient horn dragons stronger than Duan Lingtian. If he still could not kill Duan Lingtian, he would not deserve to be the strongest person among the younger generation in a Nika sect. When Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong, he seemed to have used a few types of concepts. Moreover, their levels were quite high. Zuoyu's eyes gleamed as he recalled the scene when Duan Lingtian fought with Lei Zhong. He thought to himself, perhaps, it's because concept is more important than origin energy when he unleashed the strength of 1,200 ancient horn dragons without using his spirit weapon. Therefore, after using a spirit weapon, The increase in strength from the spirit weapon is not strong. Zhuo Yu was even more certain when he thought of this. Now, I just need to confirm it. Once I confirm that Duan Lingtian's strength is only 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashes his full strength, I'll be able to kill him myself before the people from Izumo's sect kill him. Zhuo Yu's eyes were filled with greed when he thought of this. He was greedy for the profundity fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Zhuo Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by Zhuo Yu's judgment. Just as Zhuo Yu thought, Duan Lingtian's strength was indeed more important than origin energy. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons was the limit of the strength that Duan Lingtian could exert at this moment. First the grassland and now the desert? In the illusory formation, Duan Lingtian was in a vast desert. All he could see was yellow sand. There was no green or blue at all. Young man, head east. Just as Duan Lingtian was looking around, not knowing where to go, a familiar yet strange voice came into his ears. It was the voice of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left the secret treasure of the Emperor Wu. After the prompt, Duan Lingtian knew the destination of his trip. He stepped into the air and flew towards the east at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian originally thought that this time would be the same as last time, where they would go all the way to the end. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. Young man, north. Young man, west. Young man, southwest. The message left by the Emperor Wu in the polyphony formation, coupled with the illusory formation that Duan Lingtian was in, was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to be exhausted from running around. Finally, Duan Lingtian reached the end. Where did that Emperor Wu powerhouse lead me to? Why did I have to change directions so many times? Duan Lingtian walked out of the illusory formation curiously. After walking out of the illusory formation, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a long corridor that was extremely spacious. On both sides of the long corridor, there was a row of neat stone rooms. There was a statue at the entrance of each stone room. It was either a human-shaped statue or a beast-shaped statue. They looked so lifelike that they could be mistaken for the real thing. These stone rooms, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian approached the first stone room and poked his head out to see what was inside. With just a glance, he saw that there was a stone platform in the stone room that was not very spacious. There was a sword on the stone platform. It was an extraordinary sword. A Grade 2 Spirit Sword. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight as a royal grade weapons craftsman. He could tell the grade of a spirit weapon with just a glance. Ordinary people would need to test the grade of a spirit weapon to verify it. There's a Grade 2 Spirit Sword here? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he strode into the stone room. Although this sword is only a Grade 2 spirit weapon, the material used is not bad. I can keep it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was about to enter the stone room to keep the Grade 2 spirit sword. As soon as he stepped into the stone room, horror dawned on his face. An ear-piercing sound of wind whistling entered his ears in just a blink of an eye, accompanied by a thick and heavy fist. To be more precise, it was a stone fist. The human-shaped statue standing at the entrance of the stone room had moved. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the stone room, it threw a punch at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. The human-shaped statue's fist was surrounded by blue waves that contained a vast and rolling energy that seemed to be able to break everything. Unfortunately, as Duan Lingtian raised his hand at lightning speed, the human-shaped statue's stone fist was easily caught by him without any pressure. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not feel any pressure at all. Bang! At this moment, the human-shaped statue moved again. It took a step forward and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Subsequently, its other leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning and attacked towards Duan Lingtian's lower body. The blue ripple rose sharply and seemed to have transformed into a rolling and stormy wave that charged towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above its head stirred and finally gathered into 180 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, The human-shaped statue's attack was equivalent to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. 7th level void interpretation? 1st level advanced water concept? Although the human-shaped statue's speed was fast, it was like the speed of a turtle in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was not worth mentioning at all. Duan Lingtian casually kicked out with only origin energy, and it easily broke the human-shaped statue's leg that was attacking him. Bang! The human-shaped statue's broken leg flew out and crashed onto the ground, turning into a pile of gravel and stone chips. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and punched back. The vast energy swept towards the human-shaped statue and shattered it, turning it into stone chips that filled the sky. At the same time, 10 origin stones and a blue fragment appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The blue fragment was, naturally, the water concept fragment. The inscription formation in the statue is hidden really well. I didn't intentionally use my spiritual energy to investigate earlier, but I didn't discover anything. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. 10 mid-grade origin stones and a first-level water concept fragment. My gains are not bad. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he could obtain such gains with just a casual punch and kick. After taking the grade 2 spirit sword in the stone room, Duan Lingtian walked to the next stone room. There was a pill bottle in the next stone room. I wonder what kind of pill it is. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian ignored the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room and quickly rushed into the stone room to grab the pill bottle in his hand. When he opened it, he found that there were 3 pills inside. Grade 2 life recovery pills? The purity is less than 70%. Frowning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the pill bottle on the ground and looked at the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills in disdain. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. That was a grade 2 life recovery pill. A high-grade healing pill. Ordinary people might not even have it even if they wanted it. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the grade 2 life recovery pill with a purity of less than 70% was a piece of trash. A complete piece of trash that was not even worth mentioning. He, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifetime of refining medicine, had already condensed a grade 1 pill fire and became a noble grade 1 alchemist. As long as he had enough medicinal herbs, let alone a grade 2 life recovery pill with high purity, he could even make a grade 1 life recovery pill with high purity without any pressure. However, Duan Lingtian thought the 3 grade 2 life recovery pills were trash, but the beast-shaped statue guarding the entrance of the stone room did not think so. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian threw the pill bottle away, the beast-shaped statue at the entrance of the stone room moved. The flames on its body surged as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. This beast-shaped statue had the same strength as the human-shaped statue from before. It could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not even need to use his concept. He merely swept out with his 3rd-level void transformation stage origin energy, and it was enough to completely crush the energy on his body and destroy him. Boom, 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 boom. The beast-shaped statue that was destroyed by Duan Lingtian turned into a pile of flying rocks and piled up into a small hill. Before this, Duan Lingtian had made his move at lightning speed and took the 10 mid-grade origin stones and the 1st-level fire concept fragment that dropped from the beast-shaped statue. Are there any treasures that are tempting? Duan Lingtian swept along the long corridor. All the statues at the entrance of the stone room were destroyed by him along the way. All the stone rooms were turned upside down by him. However, he only managed to collect some grade 2 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons. As for the pills, he threw them away casually. Even a precious healing elixir like a grade 1 life recovery elixir was no exception. It was thrown away by him like trash. According to Duan Lingtian, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 spirit weapons could not be refined. Even if a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit artifact was slightly inferior, it could still be reforged. However, it was impossible to reforge pills. Pills with low purity, even if they were grade 1 pills, were an eyesore to him. He did not even bother to throw them into his spatial ring. Is this the end? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian found himself at the end of the long corridor. As he swept his way, the statues at the entrance of the stone room became stronger. However, in the face of his powerful strength, even the stronger statues could not withstand a single blow from him. They were all shattered by him easily. There's another stone room over there. When he reached the end of the long corridor, Duan Lingtian saw a stone room in front of him. It was an independent stone room. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked over. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sensed a slight fluctuation of an inscription formation. He knew that he must have activated one of the inscription formations. Young man, congratulations on entering the 4-entry 1 stone room. If you're the only one left in the circle of light after an hour, you can enter the 4-entry 1 stone room and obtain the treasure you deserve. 4-entry 1 stone room. Chapter 990. Halo? What's a halo? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked around. However, he did not see the halo mentioned by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. However, at this moment, he noticed a faint light suddenly shot out from the stone room in front of him. It enveloped him and formed a halo. At this moment, he was completely enveloped by the halo. After an hour, I'll be the only one left in the halo. Then, I'll be able to enter the 4-entry, 1 stone room and obtain the treasure inside? Duan Lingtian shifted his attention elsewhere now that he had the halo. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Apart from the long corridor that he had walked through, there was another long corridor in each of the other 3 directions of the 4-entry, 1 stone room. Don't tell me there's another 3 people? At this moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the origin of the name 4-entry, 1 stone room. 4-to-1. 3 out of 4 would be eliminated and 1 would enter. It seems like I'll have to wait for an hour when there's only 1 person left in the halo. Then, the 4-entry, 1 stone room will officially open. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I wonder who the other 3 people are. Duan Lingtian looked at the other 3 long corridors with a gleam in his eyes. They're not here yet. It's obvious that they're not strong. It's impossible for them to be Su Qing, Zuiyu, and Peng Bao. It's a good thing that I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that stupid stone man. At that time, my reputation would have been completely ruined. All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated from one of the long corridors and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression turn strange. What a coincidence! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he looked towards the corridor where the voice came from. At the same time, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian. After the tall and sturdy young man walked out of the corridor, he saw the purple-clothed young man standing not far away. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Dainyu, we are really fated to meet. Seeing the sturdy young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was none other than Huang Dainyu. Duan Lingtian, it seems that my luck is not bad. Even the heavens are helping me, allowing me to meet you here. Let's go. Help me get rid of those broken stone men. I want those spirit artifacts and those bottles of pills. Huang Dainyu said with shining eyes. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew what the stone man Huang Dainyu was talking about was. It was none other than the human-shaped statues that he had destroyed along the way from the long corridor behind him. Those statues couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. However, to Huang Dainyu, some of the statues were existences that were hard to defeat. Let's go. Thinking that there was still almost an hour before the opening of the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, Duan Lingtian followed Huang Dainyu and entered the long corridor that Huang Dainyu came from. Once again, Duan Lingtian destroyed the human-shaped and beast-shaped statues that Huang Dainyu couldn't handle one by one. As for Huang Dainyu, he was enjoying the fruits of Duan Lingtian's labor. He kept the spirit artifacts and pills in the stone rooms one by one with a smile on his face. Dainyu, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing how happy Huang Dainyu was, Duan Lingtian decided to pour cold water on him to wake him up. Huang Dainyu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. It's the independent stone room at the end of the long corridor. Only 1 person can enter. Including you and me, there are a total of 4 people competing. Duan Lingtian told him everything he knew. F asterisk CK. What kind of F asterisk king luck do I have? I can't believe I'm assigned to compete with you. I wonder who are the other two unlucky fellas like me? Huang Daniu could not help but curse after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke. Daniu, you've changed so quickly. Who was the one who said he's lucky and that even God is helping him by allowing him to meet me here? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. He clearly remembered what Huang Daniu said when they first met. Well, I didn't know there was a special stone room at that time. I'm so unlucky to be assigned to the same room as a freak like you. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. Very soon he recovered. Fortunately, there are two unlucky fellas accompanying me. Let's go and see who the other two unlucky fellas are. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu returned to the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, they noticed 2 young men standing there. The atmosphere was heavy. The 2 young men stood facing each other. The smell of gunpowder could be felt coming from them. It was only when Duan Lingtian appeared that both of them shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, their faces changed completely. Duan Lingtian. One of them gulped hard and his face was pale. The other person was not any better. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as though he had encountered a ferocious beast. How boring! I thought it would be someone from a second-rate force. I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. Huang Daniu was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel disappointed when he saw the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he knew why Huang Daniu said that. He wanted to see a second-rate force's disciple being humiliated in front of him. Who knew the person who was assigned to the same room as them was not a second-rate force's disciple? Duan Lingtian had some impression of the 2 people in front of him. One of them was an emotion-severing sex disciple, and the other was a secular disciple from the Empyrean Temple. What? Are the 2 of you going to compete with me? Duan Lingtian walked into the light circle around the independent stone room at a leisurely pace. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a faint smile. No. Of course not. I'll leave now. The 2 of them waved their hands hurriedly and retreated out of the light circle around the independent stone room as though they were escaping. Their figures disappeared into the long corridor that they came from. What a joke! This person was someone who could kill the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo sect. How would they dare to compete with him? At once, only Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were left outside of the 4-entry, 1 stone room. Huang Daniu retreated out of the light circle tactfully. Duan Lingtian, you're going to be rich this time? The treasures in this independent 4-entry, 1 stone room must be extraordinary. Huang Daniu stood outside the light circle and looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. However, his sparkling eyes showed that he was looking forward to the treasures in the stone room. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed by quickly. As the light circle around the stone room flashed, a layer of light shield rose around the light circle and shrouded Duan Lingtian and the 4-entry, 1 stone room. It seemed to have formed an independent space. Daniu, don't touch that light shield. That's a killing formation. Almost at the same time when the light shield rose, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed it and warned Huang Daniu immediately. Huang Daniu nodded solemnly and said, "The door of the stone room is open. Go in quickly." Upon hearing Huang Daniu's reminder, Duan Lingtian noticed that a stone door had appeared at the side of the 4-entry, 1 stone room that was originally closed. The stone door was pushed open and opened. After informing Huang Daniu, Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the stone room. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian entered, the stone door at the side of the stone room closed again, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Unlucky, I'm really unlucky. Huang Daniu shook his head, turned around, and left in search of another opportunity that belonged to him. Duan Lingtian passed through the stone door and entered the spacious stone room. The stone room that entered his eyes was not much different from the stone rooms that he had entered before. If there was a difference, it would be that there was no spirit weapon here, nor was there a pill bottle that stored pills. Rumble. All of a sudden, a soft sound came from behind, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. The moment Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered that the stone door behind him had closed again, trapping him in this airtight stone room. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to break through the door, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises came from above, causing Duan Lingtian to raise his head involuntarily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the ceiling of the stone room move and open by itself, opening up a way for him to leave the stone room. Young man, congratulations. You're one step closer to Mine Corpse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed again. When the ceiling moved, it activated the polyphony formation in the stone room, allowing the voice of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, to enter his ears again. One step closer? Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the message left by the powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Soon after, he recalled his experience of advancing to the next round and seemed to have understood something. It seems like when I'm advancing to the next round, other places are also advancing to the next round. Only the person who makes it to the end will be able to see the body of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. The treasure in this stone room. Now that Duan Lingtian knew he was not trapped in the stone room, he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the treasure on the stone platform not far away. It was a plant that was planted in a flower pot. It was completely green and shone with a faint green light. To be more precise, it was a blade of grass. When Duan Lingtian saw the shimmering green light on the blade of grass, he knew it was not simple. However, he could not recognize it. All he could do was search through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Immortal Spirit Herb. Chapter 991. Immortal Spirit Herb. It's an immortal spirit herb. Xiong Quan's dantian can be repaired. Xiong Quan's dantian can be repaired. Duan Lingtian, whose face was filled with wild joy, lost his composure and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with excitement and joy. Xiong Quan. That year, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Xiong Quan was someone who followed him silently and did his best for him without any complaints. Even to the extent that when he was in danger many times, it was Xiong Quan who helped him out and protected him. A few years later, in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiong Quan, in order to protect him, had his dantian crippled by a void initiation stage martial artist and left his side to return to his hometown. Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about the crippling of Xiong Quan's dantian all these years. Even to the extent that as time passed, he felt more and more guilty in his heart. He owed Xiong Quan too much. Last time, when the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition ended and he returned to his hometown, he did not see Xiong Quan because of his guilt. At that time, he made up his mind. When he saw Xiong Quan again, Xiong Quan's dantian would be repaired. I originally thought that I would have to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu to obtain the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill to help Xiong Quan repair his dantian. But I never imagined that I would encounter an immortal spirit herb here. Looking at the plant with 3 leaves before him, the excitement in Duan Lingtian's eyes was indescribable. Immortal spirit herb, a legendary medicinal herb. Even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the immortal spirit herb only existed in legends. He had only heard of it but never seen it. Today, Duan Lingtian was able to recognize the immortal spirit herb because of the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the rebirth martial emperor had never seen an immortal spirit herb before, he had heard many legends about it. He even knew some of the characteristics of the immortal spirit herb. Immortal spirit herbs had upright roots and leaves that flickered with a green glow. Most importantly, the veins on its leaves were completely different from ordinary medicinal herbs. The veins on the leaves of ordinary herbs were straight in the middle and bifurcated on both sides. The patterns on the immortal spirit grass were in the shape of a whirlpool. Strands of green light extended from the center of the whirlpool, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Because of this, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the plant with 2 leaves in front of him was the immortal spirit herb that he had been dreaming of. In the past, he knew about the existence of the immortal spirit herb and knew that it could help Xiong Quan repair his dantian. However, because the immortal spirit grass was too ethereal and illusory, he never thought that he would be able to obtain it. He thought he would only be able to use the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or even the royal grade resurrection pill to heal Xiong Quan's dantian after he found the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Now that I have this immortal spirit herb, I don't need to wait for the reincarnation Emperor Wu to retrieve the resurrection pill to help Xiong Quan recover his dantian. Duan Lingdun was overjoyed as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. This immortal spirit herb has a total of 3 leaves. I only need one of them to heal Xiong Quan's dantian. As for the other 2 leaves, I'll give one to Brother Zhang so that he can heal sister-in-law's dantian. Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. Zhang Shouyang's wife, Wang Qiong, also had her dantian damaged and could not cultivate. Perhaps Zhang Shouyang's current strength was far from his, but it was Zhang Shouyang who had saved his life in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast. Otherwise, he would not be where he was today. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, Zhang Shouyang had saved his life. If Brother Zhang knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the immortal spirit herb as though it was a treasure. The immortal spirit herb was different from ordinary herbs. Ordinary medicinal herbs withered easily. However, the immortal spirit herb was a legendary herb. Even if it left the soil, it would not wither. Looks like I'll have to change my plan after I leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I'll return to the Darkhan dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and sister-in-law's dantian before I look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. From the moment he killed Lei Zhong, he no longer planned to stay in the 5-element sect, nor did he plan to stay in the northern desert. He was prepared to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu during his second life. Although he did not know the exact location until now. As long as he could find a rough map of the Cloud Continent, he would be able to confirm the location of the place and retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, now that he had unexpectedly obtained the immortal spirit herb in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, it disrupted his plan. He decided. After leaving the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he was not in a hurry to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He would return to the Darkhan dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and Wang Qiong's dantian. As for the rest, he would make other plans later. I wonder what's up there. After putting away the immortal spirit herb, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lifted his head to look at the open ceiling. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he leaped into the air. After a while, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and left the 4-entry, 1-stone room beneath his feet. He arrived at another place. This seems to be another level of the central palace? Duan Lingtian looked around for a while. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed. The central palace was located in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. His body was stored there. Most of the young powerhouses, including Duan Lingtian, had come for the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Especially the Emperor's Stage profundity fragment. It was a first-rate treasure even in the entire Cloud Continent. One could imagine. After obtaining the Emperor's Stage profundity fragment, even if he did not use it himself, he could still find a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse who had comprehended the corresponding profundity and do him a favor. He could even make that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation to protect him for life. Once that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse obtained the Emperor's Stage profundity fragment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. In that case, it would be equivalent to having an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer. With an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer, would he not be able to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent in the future? If I'm not mistaken, this palace where the Emperor Wu powerhouse died has a total of 5 floors. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment as he recalled carefully. Although the palace he was in now only had 5 floors, each floor was much taller than an ordinary palace. Therefore, although this palace only had 5 floors, it was exceptionally tall. Young man, welcome to the 2nd floor of Qing Feng Palace. Since you're able to come here, you're qualified to know my title. Qing Feng Emperor Wu is my title. Just as Duan Lingtian took a step forward and realized he had activated another polyphony formation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Qing Feng Palace? Qing Feng Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. From the moment he found out about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure to the moment he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, until just now, he knew nothing about the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, now that the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Duan Lingtian was finally able to learn his title. As Duan Lingtian who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he naturally knew that the Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent had an honorific title that had accompanied him for almost his entire life. For example, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was an honorific title. Qing Feng Emperor Wu was the honorific title of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This is the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. I should have been on the 1st level previously. Qing Feng Palace has a total of 5 levels. Don't tell me we have to go up 1 level at a time? Duan Lingtian guessed. As though he was supporting Duan Lingtian's guess, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice continued to reverberate. I've set up the 9-9 wood person pass on the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. The first person to pass the 9-9 wood person pass will obtain a copper key and be able to ascend to the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace. After 10 breaths, the mirror image illusory formation will disappear, and the 9-9 wood person pass will be opened. Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Mirror image illusory formation? Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He immediately extended his spiritual energy and realized that everything around him was actually an illusion. It was all an illusory mirror image formed by the mirror image illusory formation. It did not really exist. He could only see but not touch. 9-9 would person pass? What's that? Would person? In the next 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian pondered. If it's just would person, so what if there are many of them? If I force my way through with all my might, they'll all turn into dust. Duan Lingtian was still very confident about his current strength. However, subconsciously, he felt that the 9-9 would person pass was not that simple. After all, it was a test left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. This is the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the 9-9 would person pass should be stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the 1st level of Qing Feng Palace. After comparing his experience on the 1st level of Qing Feng Palace, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. On top of that, the person who passes the 9-9 would person pass will only obtain a copper key? Isn't that Qing Feng Emperor Wu too stingy? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. On second thought, he felt that something was amiss. This is the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the value of the reward obtained from passing this level would definitely not be lower than the Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills on the 1st level of Qing Feng Palace. Perhaps, there's a secret behind the copper key that I don't know about. Chapter 992. 10 breaths of time was neither long nor short. 10 breaths of time passed quietly as Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed through his mind. After 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the mirror image illusory formation around him had disappeared. At the same time, he appeared in a long corridor again. Compared to the corridor on the 1st floor of Qing Feng Palace, the corridor on the 2nd floor of Qing Feng Palace seemed to be narrower. Not only that, but there were also wooden figures standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor of Qing Feng Palace. They were particularly eye-catching. These wooden figures were in groups of 2 or 3. They were either standing on the ground or in the air. They completely blocked the path to the other end of the corridor, not allowing anyone to pass. The group of wooden figures that appeared in the corridor were particularly dull. They did not move at all for a long time. So this is the 9-9 wooden figure stage? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. When Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy, he soon discovered the details of each and every one of the wooden figures that blocked his way. These wooden figures were no different from the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. There was an inscription formation set up in their bodies. There were origin stones and concept fragments in their bodies as well. Although Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy could not detect the exact strength of the concept fragments in the wooden men's bodies, he was still able to do so. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that these wooden figures were much stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. If that was not the case, there would be no need for them to be divided into the first and second floors. The wood that made them. It's not simple. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian extended his spiritual energy and discovered the density of the wood that formed the wooden figures was much higher than ordinary stones. So that's how it is. Although these guys are made of wood, their bodies are much stronger than the statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. Once they attack, their movements will be more agile. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He did not dare to underestimate these wooden figures anymore. Right? Qing Feng Emperor Wu once said that only the first person to clear the 9-9 wooden person stage would be able to obtain the copper key and ascend to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. With a flash of inspiration, Duan Ling Tian recalled the content of the message left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu. His expression abruptly changed. Damn it! I actually forgot about this. Thinking that he had wasted so much time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly became anxious. Why was he attracted by those wooden figures at such a crucial moment? Furthermore, he had even used his spiritual energy to investigate the background of those wooden figures. It was simply superfluous and did not distinguish between the importance of the matter and the importance of the matter. To the current him, the most important thing was to pass the 9-9 wood puppet stage, obtain the copper key, and ascend to the third floor of Qing Feng Palace. Whirlwind. Duan Ling Tian no longer dared to hesitate. His body flew out and seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged to the other end of the long corridor. Just as Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and shuttled through the long corridor, he was about 10 meters away from the three wooden figures standing at the front. Crack, crack, crack. The three wooden figures' stiff bodies suddenly trembled and produced a series of crisp sounds. It was as though they had been completely activated at this moment. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. When he approached the wooden figures, his sharp spiritual energy had already discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. Moreover, he had activated the inscription formation that activated all the wooden figures in the long corridor. Bush, bush, bush. The three wooden figures that were closest to Duan Ling Tian made their moves almost at the same time. They charged at Duan Ling Tian aggressively. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed and merged with their concepts. The moment they made their moves, they unleashed a powerful force that enveloped Duan Ling Tian mercilessly. Bush, bush, bush. At the same time, 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the three wooden figures. Subsequently, they charged at Duan Ling Tian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Even a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept would only have the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The three wooden figures that possessed the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons made their moves. Their strength tore through the sky and caused the air to tremble before it set off a series of ear-piercing air explosions. As the air explosions exploded, a series of airwaves swept out and transformed into a violent wind that blew Duan Ling Tian's purple robe and caused it to flutter loudly. Faced with the attack of the three wooden figures, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. He did not even look at them. Destroy! A cold voice came out of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Nobody knew when, but a 3-foot-long blade that was completely condensed from khaki energy appeared in his slightly raised hand. He suddenly shook it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a series of swift sword whistles that sounded like a storm resonated one after another. They rose and fell one after another without stopping. Whoosh. When the sword whistles disappeared, Duan Lingtian's other hand swept across the sky and easily grabbed the dozens of mid-grade origin stones and 3 concept fragments that appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian continued to charge towards the next wave of wooden figures. As soon as Duan Lingtian charged out, the 3 wooden figures that were originally charging towards him in a menacing manner exploded in the air and transformed into pieces of wood that fell down like rain. Smith, 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 Smith. As soon as the hundreds and thousands of pieces of wood that the 3 wooden figures transformed into fell to the ground, another rain of wood began to fall not far away. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swift purple figure disappeared on the spot and appeared in the depths of the long corridor in the next moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time he appeared, there would be a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sounds. Immediately after, a rain of wood would fall from the sky. Everywhere he passed, the long corridor was covered with countless pieces of wood. I've already killed 78 of them. 3 more to go. 99 wooden stages, 9981. So that's how it is. As soon as he came to a realization, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he charged towards the last 3 wooden figures that were charging towards him. Once again, he transformed into an extremely swift purple lightning. The 3 wooden figures with 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above each of their heads exploded with the power of origin energy and concept on their bodies. Their thunderous attacks blasted towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Just in time. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use the 3-foot-long sword that was condensed from the khaki energy to deal with them. Instead, he used the most direct method. He punched out with both of his fists. Whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian punched out with both of his fists at full force. 2 waves of khaki energy that was intertwined with purple lightning and green wind swept out. On top of that, it also emitted waves of sharp aura that belonged to the sword concept. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the narrow long corridor, and a series of obvious echoes reverberated in the air. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. At the same time, the energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's fists swept out without any reservation. It carried an overwhelming force as it annihilated the 3 wooden figures' attacks easily. Wherever the energy passed, the 3 wooden figures' attacks were completely crushed. Even the 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust and completely disappeared from this world. Boom, 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 boom. When the last 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air, causing the entire 2nd floor of Qing Feng Palace to tremble. It was as though the ground was shaking. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The airwaves that rolled out in all directions set off gusts of strong wind. The broken wood in the long corridor was lifted up, and a long rain of wood began to fall again. At the end of the long corridor, a purple figure stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered in the wind. It was a purple-clad young man with a cold gaze. He stood there like an invincible god of war. Copper key. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately fell on a stone platform outside the long corridor. The stone platform stood there alone, and it faintly revealed a sense of desolation. On the stone platform, there was a copper key lying there all by itself. The copper key was crescent-shaped. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was completely different from an ordinary key. The long years did not seem to have left any traces on it. The 3rd floor? I have to go up from here? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the top of the high platform. The ceiling there was exactly the same as the one he saw in the 4-way stone room on the 1st floor of Qing Feng Palace. The surroundings were not sealed, and it was obvious that it could be moved. It hasn't opened yet? Don't tell me the ceiling will only open the way to the 3rd floor of Qing Feng Palace if I take the copper key away? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He no longer hesitated and flew out like a goshawk before landing steadily on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian casually lifted his hand and grabbed the copper key. It hasn't opened yet? At the same time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the ceiling. However, he noticed that the ceiling did not move at all. Instead, the stone platform beneath his feet began to tremble. What's this? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone platform beneath his feet with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, he noticed that an inscription formation had been activated on the stone platform beneath his feet. Not only that, but the inscription formation also released a strange energy that swept towards the long corridor that he came from. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. The stone platform flew out from the ground and rushed into the long corridor that he came from as soon as it left his feet. This is Chapter 993. The stone platform was not big. In just a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by thousands and thousands of wood shards. The wood shards kept rolling around before they finally transformed into a human shape and formed a brand new giant wooden man. What kind of inscription formation is that? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was shocked. He could clearly sense it when he extended his spiritual energy earlier. As the inscription formation on the stone platform released a strange energy, the thousands and thousands of wood shards that were piled up on the long corridor began to move restlessly. When the stone platform flew closer, the wood shards seemed to be summoned by something as they rushed toward the stone platform and formed a giant wooden man. This wooden man was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. Its entire body was uneven, but it could not hide the majestic aura that was emitted from its body. There's no origin stone in the stone platform. There's only a concept fragment. The wood shards came from the previous wooden men. They were tainted with origin energy from the mid-grade origin stones that were originally in the wooden men's bodies. But now, the sparse and extremely weak origin energy in these pieces of wood seems to be drawn into the stone platform by something. It's that inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian, who was puzzled, was shocked when he discovered something. The inscription formation on the strange stone platform actually emitted an extremely terrifying suction force that absorbed the traces of origin energy on the thousands upon thousands of pieces of wood. In just a short moment, the origin energy on the wood shards was completely absorbed by the stone platform. It seemed to have become the giant wooden man's heart as it continued to grow stronger. Boom! Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he extended out suddenly discovered the origin energy that was being absorbed by the stone platform. It trembled before it completely exploded. In just an instant, a milky white flame surged out of the giant wooden man that was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. It was as though it could burn everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons clearly appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with just his origin energy. It's equivalent to the strength of a third-level void transformation martial artist using just his origin energy. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. As far as he knew, if it was only mid-grade origin stones, then no matter how many there were, the inscription formation formed from them would at most be able to mobilize the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. It was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, the giant wooden figure that did not have any origin stones in its body was able to exert origin energy that was comparable to a 3rd-level void transformation stage martial artist. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel astonished from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this was completely illogical. The origin energy in the giant wooden man's body came from the broken pieces of wood. The origin energy accumulated in the broken pieces of wood came from mid-grade origin stones. Logically speaking, even if all of the origin energy in the broken wood were to fuse together, it would still be impossible to display such a powerful strength. After all, the origin energy came from mid-grade origin stones. Mid-grade origin stones have a huge restriction. Logically speaking, It would be impossible for them to display such a powerful strength through an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only attribute this to one reason. It seems like it can only be because of the inscription formation in the strange stone platform. That mysterious and strange inscription formation is not even in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have any records of the inscription formation in his memory, he could find out about it from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the inscription Dao. The inscription formation in the strange stone platform was extremely powerful. To be able to combine the weak origin energy in thousands of broken pieces of wood and accumulate it into such a powerful origin energy. That inscription formation is simply heaven-defying. There was a hint of dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although he did not understand the inscription formation at the moment, he had an extremely crazy idea based on the theory of the inscription formation that was currently displayed. If such an inscription formation can be used on a human martial artist, let a human martial artist master the inscription formation and absorb the origin energy of other human martial artists and accumulate the origin energy of all human martial artists. Then, after the origin energy of all human martial artists has been greatly enhanced, it can be unleashed. How terrifying would that be? Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His scalp went numb. If this idea could really be realized according to his idea, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire Cloud Continent. At that time, the iron law that no matter how many people there were on Cloud Continent, it would be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong would be completely broken. For example, if the origin energy of 101st level void transformation stage martial artists could be gathered together through an inscription formation like this, and the accumulated origin energy would be raised to the limit to the 7th level void transformation stage. A 4th level void transformation stage martial artist who could normally easily kill 101st level void transformation stage martial artists would be instantly killed by the 101st level void transformation stage martial artists who were raised through the inscription formation in just a blink of an eye. If this inscription formation can really be realized on a human martial artist, I only need to gather 109th level void transformation stage martial artists and accumulate their origin energy. Through this inscription formation, I'll definitely be able to raise the accumulated origin energy to the martial monarch stage. At that time, it's not impossible for 109th level void transformation stage martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Such a crazy idea rose in Duan Lingtian's mind, and his mood swayed along with it. In fact, based on the current situation, although 109th level void transformation stage martial artists gathered together sounded terrifying, the deterrent force was far inferior to a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Once a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was faced with 109th level void transformation stage martial artists, he could choose to defeat them one by one and kill all of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists. However, if he could use the inscription formation in the strange stone platform on one of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, he would be able to gather the origin energies of the other 99 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, accumulate, and raise their strength. At that time, it might not be a dream for his origin energy to be raised to the 3rd level martial monarch stage or even the 4th level martial monarch stage. Such strength was enough to kill a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. There's strength in numbers. This was undoubtedly an iron law on Earth in my previous life. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, I would definitely die if they threw kitchen knives at me at the same time. When he was at his peak in his previous life, although he was known as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, it was impossible for him to block 100 kitchen knives that were flying at him from all directions. However, on Cloud Continent, there's strength in numbers, but it's only limited to martial artists with similar strength. It's undoubtedly a big joke to want to defeat someone stronger as the weak. For example, A first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be fearless even if he were to face 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists. Even if he were to fight head-on, it would only be the 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists who would die and not the first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In terms of cultivation base, the martial artists on Cloud Continent would experience a huge leap every time they advanced to a new level. Wanting to rely on numbers to defeat someone stronger as the weak was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, if this inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, it's not impossible for 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists to join forces to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as flames of desire and desire rose within them. Suddenly, a swift and ear-piercing sound of wind whistling came and instantly woke Duan Lingtian up. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, a gigantic fist had already arrived before his eyes. It was just inches away. This made it impossible for him to defend with all his strength. He could only mobilize as much strength as he could to defend himself. Boom. The result was self-evident. Although Duan Lingtian, who was unprepared, managed to mobilize the strength of several hundred ancient horned dragons in a hurry, he was still crushed by the strength contained in the gigantic fist. After the terrifying strength suppressed Duan Lingtian's strength, it landed on Duan Lingtian's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It mercilessly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Barf! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying, felt his internal organs tremble. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow. It was only after he mobilized his origin energy with great difficulty that he managed to slow down the speed of his flying. Boom! Even so, he still crashed into the wall on the second floor of Qingfeng Palace. His internal organs trembled violently again from the impact, and the blood in his body kept churning. Barf barf. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. The origin energy in his body was agitated and somewhat out of control. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the sound of air exploding due to the compression of the air flow entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with it, there were gusts of wild wind that swept across the ground in all directions. At the same time, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard. It swept towards Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. The gigantic fist appeared again. It was the gigantic wooden figure that attacked Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face changed. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slammed the body of the sword against the wall behind him, and the strength that he mobilized in a hurry swept out. In an instant, Duan Lingtian was pushed back by the rebounding force, and he barely dodged the gigantic wooden figure's punch. Boom! Chapter 994. At this moment, the sturdiness of Qingfeng Palace's walls was apparent. The giant wooden figure's punch that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons smashed on the wall forcefully. Not only did it not penetrate the wall, but it did not even leave a fist mark on the wall. It was obvious that the walls of Qingfeng Palace were made of a special material and were extremely sturdy. 7th level advance wind concept? Duan Lingtian, who dodged the giant wooden figure's punch with the rebounding force, could only feel fear in his heart. When he looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above the giant wooden figure's head, his eyes could not help but focus. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The giant wooden figure had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Right now, it had merged its wind concept into its origin energy and transformed it into a gust of green wind that twined around its body. It displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. In other words, its wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. It was the 7th level advance wind concept. Duan Lingtian took out a life recovery pill that he refined himself and consumed it. The high-purity life recovery pill allowed his injuries to recover by more than half in just a blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries in his body, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he used his full strength to crush the giant wooden figure. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the giant wooden figure that was charging at him again, Duan Lingtian had a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand trembled and suddenly charged out. In an instant, the 3 divine dragons that were formed from the origin energy that had fused 4 types of concepts whizzed out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed as 6 beams of extreme light shot out and left 6 holes on the gigantic wooden figure. However, the giant wooden figure was not a real human after all. After being pierced by Duan Lingtian, it was still so fierce and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. I almost forgot. It's just a wooden figure. It doesn't have any vital points at all. Duan Lingtian, who mistook the wooden figure for a human martial artist, could not help but smile wryly. He no longer used the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Instead, he charged at the giant wooden figure in a flash. Bush, 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 bush. Waves of sword howls that sounded like a storm resounded out of nowhere. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shot out at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic wooden figure was broken into countless pieces of wood and separated again. For a time, only the strange little stone platform was left floating in the void. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had been vigilant all this while trembled slightly. He immediately noticed that the inscription formation in the strange stone platform had a strange movement again. It was trying to pull the broken wood on the ground again. It was obvious that it wanted to reassemble into a new giant wooden man and attack him again. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson, naturally would not allow it to succeed. With a raise of his hand, a vast energy shrouded the stone tablet as it ruthlessly landed on it. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, and the stone tablet trembled. Although it wasn't destroyed, the energy from the inscription formation on it slowed down slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Duan Lingtian quickly put the stone platform into his spatial ring. After the stone platform was put into the spatial ring, the broken wood that had just risen from the ground fell back to the ground. At once, the scene returned to its original calm state. I'll put the stone platform away first. I'll study it when I have the time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was secretly making plans. If the inscription formation can really be used on human martial artists and achieve the effect of winning with numbers and defeating the strong with the weak, perhaps I can consider establishing a force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As he thought about it, his eyes gleamed brightly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to envision himself leading tens of thousands of void transformation stage martial artists everywhere. Even a martial monarch powerhouse would have to retreat. Just the thought of such a scene made his blood boil. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Not long after Duan Lingtian put away the strange stone platform, a series of loud noises resonated and entered his ears clearly. At the same time, the ceiling above his head opened, and the path to the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace appeared before his eyes. There's still no movement in the other 2 long corridors. It seems like the 2 of them can't make it here. Duan Lingtian rose into the air. When he left the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace, he purposely glanced at the other 2 long corridors other than the one he came from. It was quiet there, and he could not hear any movement at all. It was apparent that the 2 young powerhouses did not have the ability to make it through the long corridors filled with wooden figures. To think that I was worried that someone would beat me to it and obtain this copper key and the opportunity to go to the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace? It seems like I was overthinking. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the crescent-shaped copper key in his hand. His tone was filled with emotion. A moment later, he left the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace and appeared on the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace, the ceiling of the second level of Qing Feng Palace closed again with a loud noise as though it was preventing someone from coming up again. Young man, congratulations on coming to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. Once you pass the test on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, you'll obtain a silver key. When Duan Lingtian realized that he had activated the polyphony formation again, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Silver key? Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. First, it's the copper key, and now it's the silver key. I wonder if there's a gold key? However, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had no choice but to follow Qing Feng Emperor Wu's instructions. Unless he did not want to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. While Duan Lingtian was making his way up level by level in Qing Feng Palace, the situation of the other people in Qing Feng Palace was similar. Naturally, most of them were eliminated on the first, second, and third level of Qing Feng Palace. The test on the third level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the test on the second level. In addition to having to pass a specific test, one would have to risk one's life to fight in the end. Only the person who remained would obtain the silver key and successfully advance to the next level. In a spacious hall on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 figures stood facing each other in a corner. The smell of gunpowder was extremely strong, as though they were ready to attack each other at any time. Among the 3 of them, there was a young woman with a beautiful appearance. The young woman in red had a face that could topple a country. She stood there like a delicate fire elf, attracting everyone's attention. Kill! Suddenly, one of the young men shouted. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept followed like a shadow as it merged with the spirit weapon in his hand. He immediately pounced toward the red-clad woman and released the energy from the spirit weapon in his hand. In his opinion, including him, the red-clad woman who looked like she was in her early 20s was definitely the weakest among the 3 people present. She was the easiest target. In order to fight the last person without holding back, he decided to eliminate the red-clad woman first. The woman's appearance made him drool, but he was not in the mood to do so. I'm determined to get the silver key. The young man's eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with confidence. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and condensed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of about 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were formed. The other young man seemed to have discussed it with the former. When the former pounced toward the red-clad woman, he pounced as well. About 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared above his head and pounced toward the red-clad woman aggressively. Faced with the 2 people's attacks, the woman stood still on the spot. Her red dress fluttered. In this windless environment, the woman's red dress fluttered loudly due to the airwaves and strong wind caused by the air explosion caused by the 2 young men's attacks. Die. The 2 young men were from Izumo sect and North Nether sect, respectively. The Izumo sect's disciple who attacked later looked at the red-clad woman with extreme ferocity and ruthlessness. Among the people from Izumo sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, only he and another person were left before they entered Qing Feng Palace. The 2 most outstanding young powerhouses in Izumo sect were killed by the same person. The murderer was none other than Duan Lingtian. A young powerhouse from a small third-rate force caused fear to rise from the bottom of his heart. Before the red-clad woman in front of him entered Qing Feng Palace, he had already discovered that she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons why he attacked her. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Ever since Feng Tianwu separated from Duan Lingtian, she had gone all the way from the first level to the third level of Qing Feng Palace and passed the test. After passing the test, Emperor Wu's message clearly entered her ears. At this time, she found out that the third level of Qing Feng Palace required 2 people to sacrifice their lives in order to open the entrance to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. Faced with the attacks from the left and right, Feng Tianwu remained calm. Her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Feng Tianwu still did not make any move until the 2 of them were close to her. Boom! However, a monstrous flame rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused the heaven and earth energy in the air to stir before it finally gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meandered down. They were lifelike. Ninth level advanced fire concept. Chapter 995. Whether it was the North Nether sect's disciple or the Izumo sect's disciple, both of them saw the scene clearly. The red-clad lady whom they regarded as a pushover did not use any origin energy at all from the beginning until the end. Without using any origin energy, just by communicating and mobilizing the fire concept, she was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the moment Feng Tianwu cast her fire concept, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons was none other than 9th level advanced fire concept. After discovering the level of the fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, horror dawned on both the North Nether sects and Izumo sect's disciples' faces. The two of them slowed down when they were flying towards Feng Tianwu. They looked at each other tacitly and could see the indescribable fear in each other's eyes for a moment. In the next instant, both of them came to a halt near Feng Tianwu and hurriedly turned around, preparing to flee. In their opinion, since Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept, her cultivation base must not be too weak. 9th level void transformation concept. Even the most powerful person among the younger generation in Izumo sect and North Nether sect had never comprehended such a high level of void transformation concept. For this reason, in their eyes, Feng Tianwu was even more terrifying than the most powerful person among the younger generation in their sect. Just as both of them were about to turn around and flee, Feng Tianwu made her move. The long red whip flew out like a venomous snake that had transformed into a red lightning bolt and bit both of them. The long whip pierced through the air and set off a swift whistling sound. The ear-piercing whistling sound entered the Izumo sect's and North Nether sect's disciples' eyes clearly. It caused both of them to tremble. Horror dawned on them as they hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, they were still too slow. The long whip that was as swift as a red venomous snake pierced through the bodies of the North Nether sect's and Izumo sect's disciples. In just a blink of an eye, they were killed one by one. Before they could even increase their speed to flee, they were killed by Feng Tianwu's long whip in just a blink of an eye. Boom, boom. As the two bodies fell to the ground, the long whip that was dancing like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the flame that was raging on top of her body was extinguished. The 1,100 ancient horned dragon's silhouettes above her head also gradually disappeared without a trace. If the North Nether sect's disciple and Izumo sect's disciple on the Yellow Springs Road saw this scene, they would definitely regret their decision to flee in the face of Feng Tianwu. Why, Feng, Nether sect's disciples you, Nether sects, Nether. The reason they fled was because they thought Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had also broken through to the void transformation stage when she comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept. If they knew earlier that Feng Tianwu was only a 4th level void interpretation martial artist, they would absolutely not be frightened to the point of fleeing in panic by Feng Tianwu's 9th level advanced fire concept. Although Feng Tianwu, who possessed the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons, was still stronger than them, they were still willing to fight it out with her. This was because the gap between them and Feng Tianwu was not that big. They could see hope. The reason they chose to flee was because they thought there was no hope at all. Looks like my fire concept is still capable of scaring others. Feng Tianwu glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground and muttered to herself. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no emotions could be seen. If these two people fought with her, she would have to spend a lot of effort even if she could kill them in the end. However, when they saw her mobilizing the 9th level advanced fire concept, they did not have any intention to fight at all. They only cared about fleeing in a wretched manner, allowing her to chase after them and kill them easily. It could be said that the reason the two of them died so quickly was entirely because of their cowardice. Soon after, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed softly. In the next moment, she saw it. The blood that continued to flow out of the two corpses on the ground like a small stream seemed to have activated something, causing waves of inscription formation aura to rise out of thin air in the surroundings. Blood sacrifice. When she recalled the message from Qing Feng Emperor Wu, Feng Tianwu did not have to guess to know what had happened. Rumble. 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 Subsequently, loud noises resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. The sound came from above her head. At that moment, Feng Tianwu's attention was attracted. She lifted her head slightly and saw the ceiling above her head gradually moving and opening up a path to the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace to welcome her. Where's the silver key? Feng Tianwu did not get carried away by the pleasant surprise before her eyes. Her thoughts quickly shifted to the reward that Qing Feng Emperor Wu left on the third level of Qing Feng Palace. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu, the reward for the third level was the silver key. She had no idea what the silver key was used for. Of course, although she did not know what the silver key was used for, she could faintly guess its significance. Otherwise, it would not have been placed on the third level of Qing Feng Palace by Qing Feng Emperor Wu as a reward for passing the test. However, now that the door to the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace had opened, the silver key reward for the third level of Qing Feng Palace had yet to appear. She could not help but feel anxious. Rumble. At that moment, another soft sound resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. Subsequently, she saw a green brick on the ground not far away. After being illuminated by the light from the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace, it suddenly trembled violently and rose slowly. Feng Tianwu lifted her hand and took the green brick. A quaint little box appeared before her eyes. Feng Tianwu picked up the small box and directly opened it. The thing within the small box was reflected in her eyes, causing her eyes to brighten, and a thick smile appeared on her face. Inside the box that she opened, there was a crescent-shaped key lying quietly. It looks exactly the same except for the color. At the same time, Feng Tianwu took out another crescent-shaped key. This key was copper in color and was in stark contrast to the silver key in the box. The fourth level. After obtaining the silver key, Feng Tianwu did not linger on the third level of Qing Feng Palace. She leaped into the air and landed steadily on the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace. When Feng Tianwu reached the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace, many people passed the third level's test and opened the door to the fourth level just like her. This is the silver key? It looks exactly the same as the copper key. Peng Bao's eyes lit up as he looked at the silver crescent-shaped key in his hand. Peng Bao was not the only one. Many people had obtained their own silver key and successfully reached the fourth level of Qing Feng Palace. Each of them was in a different place. However, as they went up, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. On the first level of Qing Feng Palace, 4 people would advance to 1 person. Only 1 person could reach the second level of Qing Feng Palace. On the second level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. On the third level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. Therefore, among the group of people who entered Qing Feng Palace, only 1 out of 8 people could successfully reach the 4th level. The 7 people who reached the 4th level were eliminated one after another. What's on the 4th level? After Duan Lingtian obtained the silver key, he left the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace where 2 bodies were lying and successfully reached the 4th level. He still felt strange when he recalled his experience on the 3rd level. This was because the test he went through on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace was much easier than the test he went through on the 2nd level. The strongest puppet he encountered on the 3rd level was only comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons when it unleashed its full strength. It was much weaker than the giant wooden puppet he encountered on the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace. Perhaps the 3rd level's test is easier than the 2nd level because I still have to kill the other 2 young powerhouses and use their lives as a blood sacrifice to open the door to the 4th level. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Congratulations, young man. As long as you can pass the test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace, you'll be able to obtain the golden key and another reward. Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears through the polyphony formation again. As expected, there's a golden key. If I can obtain it, it means I'll have the gold, silver, and bronze keys. Could it be that these 3 keys can be used to open something? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he could not help but speculate. Soon after, the test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace began. The test on this level was no longer to deal with statues, wooden puppets, or puppets. Instead, it was to fight with the endless nature energy in the long corridor. The force of nature also included wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. At this moment, the energy swept out through the offensive type inscription formation and blocked Duan Lingtian's footsteps. It did not allow him to pass through easily. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian charged forward violently. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. His hands did not stop moving from the beginning until the end. His fists and palms swept out and repelled the nature energy that seemed to have transformed into a flood of beasts. The strongest of these force of nature was only extended out from the 9th level concept fragments in the inscription formation, and it contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Originally, this kind of energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 996. The test on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace is called the Bumpy Road. Only the person who passes through the bumpy road first will have a chance to obtain the golden key. As long as the person passes through the bumpy road, even if they don't obtain the golden key, they'll still have a chance to obtain the other reward I left behind. These were the original words left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu in the Polyphony formation. For this reason, what Duan Lingtian had to do now was to pass through the bumpy road as soon as possible and arrive at the other end to obtain the golden key and obtain the other reward. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu's message, there will be people competing with me this time, just like when I was on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of Qing Feng Palace. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hands began to move even faster as he moved at lightning speed. His fists and palms contained his entire body's strength as they swept out and opened up a path in front of him. He swept away all the obstacles without holding back. When Duan Lingtian made his move, other than triggering a series of ear-piercing wind whistling sound, it was also accompanied by a series of deafening thunderclaps. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of air explosions continued to rise and fall, setting off a series of air waves that swept out in all directions, triggering gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. The wind rose and the punch was thrown out. Boom! Duan Lingtian's punch was like a landslide. Although the turbulent waves that were charging at him contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons, they were still pushed back by his punch, causing a series of loud noises to ring out. The turbulent waves, which were the water energy transformed from the water concept through the inscription formation, were pushed back by Duan Lingtian's punch. At the same time, his entire body moved and flew out rapidly. Whirlwind. Moments later, Duan Lingtian passed through the turbulent waves and continued to fly to the other end of the long corridor. This time, he was met with a raging and soaring flame. When the flame shrouded Duan Lingtian, it was like a giant flame beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach. In the face of the flame that covered the sky and covered the earth, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He threw out another punch and temporarily suppressed the flame that covered the sky so it would not be able to reignite in a short period of time. The purple figure that was as fast as lightning charged forward again and faced with the earth energy that was rolling towards him. When the earth energy shrouded Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have merged perfectly with the earth. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy immediately noticed this subtle change. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Not only can the 9th level earth concept fragments within the inscription formation condense the energy of the earth, they can even communicate with the earth and rely on the energy of the earth. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the earth energy that was surging towards him. When the earth energy shrouded him, the heaven and earth energy in the air stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 1,500 ancient horned dragons' strength appeared in a menacing manner. It was as though it wanted to completely crush him. Humph. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He swung it out and welcomed the attack. Wherever the short-lived sword ray passed, the earth energy was split into half. Duan Lingtian seized this opportunity to fly out and pass through the earth energy. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. When he encountered the earth energy, he would use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand to open a path. As for other times, it was more straightforward to use his fists and palms. After all, not all nature energy was like the earth energy. As long as he slashed it into half, he could easily open a path. For example, water and fire would split apart wherever the sword ray passed. However, the gap between the cracks could not allow Duan Lingtian to pass through. This was because no matter if it was water or fire, they would merge together again in an instant when they were slashed apart by the sword ray. On the other hand, slashing apart the earth energy was like slashing apart a thick and heavy rock. With a single slash of the sword, it would split into half and open a path. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian charged all the way to the other end of the long corridor. Everywhere he passed, his fist and palm prints filled the air. At the same time, it set off a series of thunderous explosions. Bush, 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 bush. When he encountered the earth energy, Duan Lingtian immediately used his quasi-royal grade spiritual sword to open a path. Wherever the sword ray pointed, the earth energy would be split into half. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was charging all the way, could clearly see the end of the long corridor. As long as he arrived there, he would be considered to have passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. He would then be able to obtain the golden key. With my current speed, the people who are competing with me should not be as good as me. Duan Lingtian was confident in his strength. Finally, with his powerful strength, Duan Lingtian successfully passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. He appeared at the end of the long corridor. After Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor, he came to a halt. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian came to a halt, two swift whistling sounds resonated in the air. Two figures stood in the distance and revealed themselves. Ha! Duan Lingtian was surprised that someone could appear at the same time as him. He could not help but stare at them. With just a glance, he recognized both of them. Su Qing and Zuiyu. Both of them were young powerhouses from second-rate forces in the northern desert. Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Zuiyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he recognized both of them. I didn't expect to meet them here. I thought I'd have to go to the 5th level to meet them. Whether it was Su Qing or Zuiyu, they might not be as good as him if they did not use their spirit weapons. However, once they used their spirit weapons, whether it was Su Qing or Zuiyu, their strength would be stronger than him. If there were no accidents, their strength would exceed his by more than 20 ancient horned dragons. Su Qing and Zuiyu were as famous as Lei Zhong, the Izumo sect's disciple whom he had killed, among the young powerhouses in the northern desert. Their strength should be about the same as Lei Zhong, a 4th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 4th-level void transformation concept. Without the use of a spirit weapon, he could exert the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Once he used a grade 1 spirit weapon, he would be able to increase his strength by 87% or 88% based on his origin energy at the 4th-level void transformation martial artist's strength. It was equivalent to the strength of more than 520 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of more than 1,620 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian recognized Su Qing and Zuiyu, Su Qing and Zuiyu also saw Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with surprise. They did not expect to meet Duan Lingtian here. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of dread in their eyes. They had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He had killed Lei Zhong, who was as famous as them in the northern desert and whose strength was on par with theirs. At this moment, they were unsure if Duan Lingtian had held back when he activated the heaven and earth energy and displayed the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of them after using the spirit weapon. If he had held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass theirs. If he had not held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would be inferior to theirs. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw their fearful eyes. He could guess what they were thinking. However, although he maintained a calm expression, he could not help but feel anxious. Now that I've unleashed my full strength and used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. It was pure luck that I was able to kill Lei Zhong earlier. That Lei Zhong underestimated me too much. He dared to attack me without using a spirit weapon, allowing me to take the initiative and severely injure him. Later on, even when he used his grade 1 spirit weapon, he couldn't unleash his full strength due to his injuries and died in my hands. It's also because he was injured. If he wasn't injured, his strength would be more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than mine. Although I'm not afraid of him, it would be extremely difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He could not help but feel lucky when he recalled the scene of him fighting Lei Zhong earlier. Being able to kill Lei Zhong so cleanly was mostly due to his good luck. Otherwise, the battle between him and Lei Zhong would most likely end in a tie. This was because he did not have the confidence to defeat Lei Zhong, who was using a grade 1 spirit weapon at his peak. No matter if it's Su Qing or Zuiyu, their strength is on par with Lei Zhong. If it's just one of them, I'm not afraid at all. However, if both of them attack me at the same time, I'll definitely lose. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. His eyes were filled with dread. Now, he could only hope that Su Qing and Zuiyu would not join forces. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. I must think of a way to deal with this situation. There's a high chance that both of them will join forces. Duan Lingtian gasped once more, and his thoughts spun as he started to think of a way. However, he still could not come up with anything even after thinking for a while. What should I do? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. His eyes began to scan his surroundings. He instantly discovered the other 5 long corridors. There are a total of 6 corridors on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, including the one I came from. In other words, other than me, Su Qing, and Zuiyu, there are 3 other people who have arrived at the 4th level? Chapter 997. Of course. If Tian Wu takes the risk to cast the fire profundity, she can also crush the earth energy that contains the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons. After all, even the lowest level of the 1st level fire profundity would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons once it's unleashed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of Feng Tianwu. If Feng Tianwu completely ignored the backlash from the fire spirit body's energy in her body, she could take the risk to cast the 1st level fire profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the price she had to pay was extremely high. She might explode and die because of that. The might of the fire spirit body that was hidden in her body was not a joke. Including Su Qing and Zuiyu, if the 5 young powerhouses who came to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace have the same experience as me, based on the number of young powerhouses from various forces who entered Qingfeng Palace, this should be the only place on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace that leads to the 5th level. After all, the 5th level is the last level of Qingfeng Palace. If I'm not mistaken, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th level. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. He was looking forward to finding Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. He was eager to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, especially the Emperor Stage profundity fragment. He wanted to obtain it even in his dreams. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Su Qing and Zuiyu looked at each other in unison. It was as though they had discussed this beforehand. They did not move for a long time. both of them could be considered as old rivals. They were not strangers to each other. Now that both of them appeared on the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace together, even they were taken aback. Su Qing. Zuiyu narrowed his eyes and said slowly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Su Qing to determine the winner. In his opinion, as long as he defeated Su Qing, he would become the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the northern desert. There was no need for him to be on par with Su Qing. At this moment, Zuiyu had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zuiyu. As a sword cultivator, Su Qing was much calmer than Zuiyu. Faced with Zuiyu's intense battle intent, he didn't comment at all and responded casually. Zuiyu's expression changed when he saw the casual look on Su Qing's face. Just as he was about to flare up, a voice was transmitted into his ears, causing him to feel as though he was struck by lightning. He completely suppressed the rage in his heart. Zuiyu, don't you think we should wait until after we kill the Duan Lingtian? What entered Zuiyu's ears was precisely Su Qing's voice transmission. Right now, neither of us can be sure if he was holding back the strength he displayed back then. But regardless of whether he was holding back or not, we shouldn't leave him until the end. Once we make the first move, the final outcome will definitely be a lose-lose situation. Could it be that you want to wait for him to take advantage of the situation? I suggest that we join forces and kill him first. When Su Qing reached the end of his voice transmission, a hint of seriousness could be heard in his voice. I have a feeling that this Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. I feel extremely uneasy knowing that he's still alive. After Su Qing's reminder, Zuiyu could not help but jolt back to his senses. He finally remembered the existence of the Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had almost forgotten about the Duan Lingtian. We can join forces. However, the profundity fragment in his body belongs to me. Zuiyu looked at Su Qing and raised the price. However, Su Qing could not help but sneer when he heard his words. Zuiyu, have you forgotten the most important thing? Today, you and I will fight here, and we will definitely decide the victor. In the end, one of us will definitely be killed by the other party. Only then will the person who survives obtain the golden key and another reward left behind by the Qingfeng Emperor Wu on the 4th level. Only then will he be able to ascend to the 5th level and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Qingfeng Emperor Wu. Since one of us will die in the end, don't you think your request is a little superfluous? Su Qing finished his sentence in one breath. Zuiyu could not help but be stunned by Su Qing's words. After a while, he regained his senses and completely agreed with Su Qing's words. If that's the case, let's join forces and kill the Duan Lingtian first. Zuiyu took a deep breath as he stared coldly at the purple-clad young man standing not far away. When he saw the Duan Lingtian looking left and right as though he was looking for something, he could not help but sneer. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said fearlessly, Duan Lingtian, take a few more glances. From today onwards, you're destined not to see anything in this world. When Zuiyu's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian's face to turn grave immediately. Zuiyu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zuiyu, he could clearly sense Su Qing's cold gaze. It was a gaze as cold as a sword that was about to devour a person. Are they really joining forces? His heart could not help but skip a beat. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel his heart clench when the moment came. His face turned grave, and a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if you held back when you killed Lei Zhong earlier. Today, Su Qing and I will join forces. You'll definitely die. When Zuiyu saw the dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he could not help but laugh maniacally. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a certain understanding of his and Su Qing's strength. However, when Duan Lingtian heard that Zuiyu wanted to join forces with Su Qing, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious he was not confident he could deal with Zuiyu and Su Qing. Zuiyu, I realize. You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Su Qing said coldly. His gaze was as cold as his voice when it landed on Duan Lingtian. You better not be careless before you kill this Duan Lingtian. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard that Su Qing wanted to kill him, his expression turned ugly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Su Qing was in cahoots with Suoyu. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Su Qing and Suoyu joining forces was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him. He knew he would make the same choice if he was in Su Qing's position. He would kill Suoyu first, then fight it out with Suoyu. The person who survived would be the biggest winner. Not only would he be able to obtain the golden key and another reward, but he would also be able to enter the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Su Qing do it? At this moment, Suoyu, who had been reminded by Su Qing, suddenly shouted and charged at Duan Lingtian together with Su Qing. Suoyu moved like the wind. When he was still halfway there, he took out the grade 1 spirit weapon he had obtained in the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was an ancient-looking full moon saber. As soon as Suoyu made his move, he exerted all his strength without holding back. Waves of solidified green wind swept out from his body, emitting a vast and sharp aura. It merged with the full moon saber in his hand. Suddenly, the saber ray on the full moon saber skyrocketed and charged at Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was so fierce as though it was going to cut Duan Lingtian in half. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons flew out together with Suoyu. When the full moon saber in Suoyu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian, the speed of the ancient horned dragons accelerated. The speed of the over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons suddenly increased. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. 4th level Void Transformation. 4th level Advanced Wind Concept. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. This was the strength of Suoyu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. As the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect, Suoyu's strength was not as simple as it seemed. In addition to his strength, he had also cultivated a set of heaven-grade saber martial skill to an extraordinary level. Aurora Mirage Saber. When the full moon saber in Suoyu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian and approached Duan Lingtian, the skyrocketing saber ray converged around the full moon saber and returned to its original state. Its speed suddenly increased. A saber shadow flashed in the air as an extreme saber ray flashed out and went straight for Duan Lingtian's vital point without mercy. At this moment, the speed of the full moon saber in Suoyu's hand was more than 50 times faster than before. It only left a saber shadow in Duan Lingtian and Su Qing's eyes. The power of the Aurora Mirage saber was clearly displayed. As soon as Suoyu's body moved and charged at him, Duan Lingtian had already taken out the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword from his spatial ring. Origin energy rose and merged with the 4 concepts that followed him like a shadow before surging into the sword. Suddenly, the sword ray skyrocketed and emitted a series of sword chimes. In just a blink of an eye, Suoyu's saber only left a saber shadow before it disappeared before his eyes. *T. Duan Lingtian's face changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy to surround his body. He intended to use his spiritual energy to capture the trajectory of the saber in Suoyu's hand. When his spiritual energy captured the trajectory of the full moon saber, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand shook and disappeared into the air. Sword drawing technique. Accompanied by a short-lived sword chime, an extreme sword ray shot out. Clang. An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resonated. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that blocked Suoyu's menacing full moon saber in time. Whoosh! Chapter 998. Boom. The full moon saber in Suoyu's hand was surrounded by a saber ray that was completely formed by green wind. It was so overwhelming that the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword trembled. Boom, 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 The strength of over 1,620 ancient horned dragons in the saber rays swept out again and again. It was like the waves behind overtaking the waves before it, suppressing the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons in Duan Lingtian's sword. As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, airwaves and gales swept out in all directions and raged. Duan Lingtian and his sword were pushed back a few steps by Zuiyu's saber. The vital energy and blood in his body were in turmoil, and his face was pale. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian might be able to slightly block Zuiyu's saber that was only over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than him. However, Zuiyu had made the first move and gained the upper hand. It was difficult for him to block it. With the strength of over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than him, Zuiyu, who made the first move, easily suppressed him. Unfortunately, the earth formation on the bumpy paths on the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace has interfered with me. I can't use the earth concept to borrow the earth energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The earth formation was the inscription formation that extended the earth energy on the bumpy paths to stop Duan Lingtian from advancing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and felt his organs trembling. He stared at Zuiyu with a grave expression on his face. He did not continue to chase after Zuiyu. Duan Lingtian, it seems like my previous guess was right. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons is your limit. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Zuiyu, Zuiyu was also looking at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud, his eyes were filled with contempt. At the same time, an ear-piercing sword whistling sound rang out, and specks of swordlight approached from afar, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they fell upon Duan Lingtian, as if it was raining swords. Along with the rain of swords that filled the sky, there was also a figure that looked like green lightning. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the green figure's head was exactly the same as the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zuiyu's head. There were more than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 4th level void transformation stage. 4th level sword concept. A 1st grade spirit sword. Su Qing. Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on the green figure behind the rain of swords when he saw the rain of swords falling toward him. He shook his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and stabbed it forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. As Duan Lingtian drew his sword, 3 divine dragons that were formed from the fusion of origin energy and 4 types of concepts whizzed out at an extremely fast speed. Almost at the same time when the 3 divine dragons charged out, 6 extremely cold rays shot out from their 3 pairs of eyes. Their target was Su Qing, the green figure in the distance. What a powerful sword skill! The 6 extremely cold rays were so fast that Su Qing, who thought he could easily kill Duan Lingtian, narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, his eyes turned cold, and he withdrew the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand at lightning speed. Instantly, the rain of swords that covered the sky that descended towards Duan Lingtian vanished completely, along with Su Qing withdrawing his hand. When Su Qing withdrew his sword, he shook it abruptly, and sword flowers formed in front of him, forming a layer of dense sword net. Almost at the same time when the sword net was formed. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 extremely cold rays landed on the sword net one by one, creating a crisp sound and setting off waves of airwaves that swept in all directions. However, they did not penetrate the sword net. They were all blocked. What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He did not expect Su Qing's sword to be so fast. Under such circumstances, he was still able to form a layer of dense sword net in front of him in time. Duan Lingtian could see that the sword net that Su Qing formed was a defensive martial skill. It was a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill. Zuiyu, this Duan Lingtian is very dangerous. Let's join forces and kill him as soon as possible. Su Qing did not feel good when he blocked the 6 extremely cold rays. He only felt his internal organs trembling, and his qi and blood were surging. His eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly shouted, Su Qing, it seems like you've suffered quite a bit as well. Zuiyu seemed to have noticed something and laughed. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. Duanlingtian, today, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Zuiyu stared coldly at Duanlingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. As soon as his words left his mouth, Zuiyu's body swept out like the wind toward Duanlingtian. The full moon saber in his hand left a saber shadow in the air before it disappeared again. Shadow Aurora Saber. This time, Zuiyu used the same trick again. He cast the strongest saber martial skill that he had mastered in an attempt to kill Duanlingtian. Zuiyu's saber swept out toward Duanlingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. He wanted to reap Duanlingtian's life. At the same time, Su Qing made his move as well. He charged out side by side with Zuiyu. The sword in his hand once again created a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged toward Duanlingtian. Between the two of them, one wanted to slash Duanlingtian in half while the other wanted to pierce through Duanlingtian's heart with 10,000 swords. In the sky, more than 3,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged toward Duanlingtian. If such a heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to only one person, Duanlingtian would definitely die. However, even if the heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to two people, it was still a pressure to Duanlingtian who was injured. It was so oppressive that he could barely breathe. Split and combine formation. Faced with the merciless attacks from the two people, Duanlingtian's eyes were cold. Origin energy merged into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and activated the inscription formation in it. The inscription formation in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was the split and combine inscription formation. Duanlingtian called it the split and combine formation. Once it was activated, it would split into 9 and combine into 1. At that moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duanlingtian's hand split into 9. Subsequently, his spiritual energy extended out and shrouded the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, causing them to hover in the air and revolve around his body. Su Qing and Zuiyu were shocked when they saw the swords in Duanlingtian's hand split into 9 and revolved around him. Although they were shocked, their attacks did not slow down at all. They continued to attack Duanlingtian mercilessly. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. Faced with Su Qing and Zuiyu's attacks, Duanlingtian's heart jolted. He was ready to perform the green sword skill he obtained from the martial monarch's treasure to control the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords to fight. As he exerted all his spiritual energy, 4 of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords flew out under his control. They emitted a sharp sword ray as they flew towards Su Qing and Zuiyu. Each of the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that flew towards Su Qing and Zuiyu contained a similar amount of energy. It was equivalent to 4 Duanlingtian attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Duanlingtian was injured, the energy contained in each of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords was only equivalent to 1,400 ancient horned dragons. It was far from his prime. Clang, 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 clang. As the vast energy collided with each other, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. At the same time, 4 ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding resonated in the air and entered Duanlingtian's ears clearly like thunder. A wry smile crept up on the corner of Duanlingtian's mouth when he saw Su Qing and Zuiyu knocking away the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that flew out one after another. If only I had performed the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique earlier, Duanlingtian did not expect this at all. With his current spiritual energy, he could actually control 4 swords at the same time when he performed the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique. Once he attacked, the power was extraordinary. It was equivalent to 4 of him attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A small mistake caused Duanlingtian to be completely in a predicament. He was exposed to Su Qing and Zuiyu's attacks. Separate and combined formation. In a hurry, Duanlingtian only managed to grab one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords that was hovering in the air beside him and merged the other 8 quasi-royal grade spirit swords back into one. Sword drawing technique. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword that had merged back into one swiftly attacked. It was as though it had transformed into a sword ray that was like a storm as it welcomed Su Qing and Zuiyu's attacks. Su Qing and Zui Yu were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword had transformed into 9 swords. In the beginning, they thought the other 9 swords that had appeared were fake. It was only when 4 of the swords soared through the air and charged at them. Each of the swords contained the strength of over 1,400 ancient horn dragons that they realized each of the swords was real. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked again. At this moment, before they could calm down, they saw Duan Lingtian had merged the 9 swords back into one. It caused their emotions to be in turmoil again. This also caused their attacks to subconsciously weaken a little. Although it was weakened, it was still not something that Duan Lingtian who was injured could withstand. When the saber and sword swept over and collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was blasted away again along with his sword. Duan Lingtian, who was blasted away like an arrow that was shot out of the bow, tried his best to mobilize his origin energy to decelerate. However, the effect was not obvious. In the end, Duan Lingtian's body slammed hard against the wall. His internal organs were shaken and his vital energy and blood were in turmoil. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Congested blood splattered on the ground, splashing out blood flowers like dazzling red roses. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the opportunity to take out a life recovery pill that he had refined and consumed it. Just as Duan Lingtian was rapidly digesting the medicinal efficacy to heal his injuries while looking at Su Qing and Zui Yu who were charging at him with dread, he noticed the floor beneath him was trembling. Inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy soon discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. To be exact, there were 2. Chapter 999. When Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the sound of the explosion, he saw a piece of the floor being blasted away by a hidden force. Subsequently, a stone platform rose rapidly. There was an exquisite little box on top of the stone platform. The little box was exactly the same as the one Duan Lingtian saw on the 3rd floor of Qingfeng Palace. However, the little box on the 3rd floor of Qingfeng Palace contained the silver key. Could the thing in this little box be the golden key? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and could not help but guess. When Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the little box, Su Qing and Zui Yu, who were charging at Duan Lingtian fiercely, were also attracted by the little box. They stopped in their tracks when they were charging at Duan Lingtian. When they looked at the little box, their eyes were filled with burning desire. Soon after, Zui Yu moved and charged toward the stone platform where the little box was. He had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zui Yu. Su Qing's expression changed, and he could not help but shout in anger. He did not expect Zui Yu to be so shameless. He had said that he would kill Duan Lingtian first before fighting him to the death. In the end, he was the one who snatched the little box that seemed to contain the golden key. Instantly, Su Qing flashed out as well, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that swiftly flashed out as he moved like a bolt of lightning to obstruct Zui Yu who wanted to take the small box. Humph! Zui Yu's face darkened and he snorted coldly when he saw Su Qing trying to snatch the little box that seemed to contain the golden key. Subsequently, he made his move without any hesitation and fought with Su Qing. Both of them were old rivals, and their strength was on par with each other. They were on par with each other. However, they still fought with all their might for the little box. As for Duan Lingtian, they seemed to have forgotten about him. Perhaps, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was no longer a threat. As long as any of them survived, they could easily kill him. On the other side, when Duan Lingtian saw that Zui Yu was attracted by the small box that seemed to contain the golden key and flew towards it, he knew that his life was not in danger for the time being. For the time being, he did not show much interest in the small box that seemed to contain the golden key. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't interested in it. Now, even if he was really interested in it, he had no way of snatching it away from him. Soon, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the ground below him. At this moment, he was lifted into the air by the slowly rising floor. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and descended onto the floor. With just a glance, he saw a green vine appear under the floor, and the floor beneath him was propped up by the green vine. Although there was only one green vine in front of him, it was extremely thick as an adult's thigh. That is, however, what really attracted Duan Lingtian was not the green vine, but the purple-red fruit that was hanging on the green vine. The fruit was shining with a faint purple light. Bauhinia fruit? Duan Lingtian searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and quickly recognized the fruit before him as a spirit fruit. Moreover, it was a spirit fruit that was used by void transformation martial artists. The Bauhinia fruit was a spirit fruit that was used by void transformation martial artists. Among the spirit fruits in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Bauhinia fruit could be considered as one of the best spirit fruits used by void transformation martial artists. It was said that even a martial artist who had just broken through to the 9th level void transformation would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse after consuming the Bauhinia fruit after comprehending the monarch stage profundity. Based on this, one could see how powerful the Bauhinia fruit was. I'm quite injured now. Even if I unleash my full strength, I can only exert the strength of about 1,000 ancient horned dragons at most. Su Qing and Zhuyu can easily kill me. But if I were to consume this redbud fruit, Meng Chuan thought to himself. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked into the distance vigilantly. When he noticed that Su Qing and Zhuyu were fighting over the little box that seemed to contain the golden key, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, Duan Lingtian reached out at lightning speed and plucked the ripe purplish-red fruit, the Bauhinia fruit, and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing the Bauhinia fruit in 2 to 3 bites, Duan Lingtian felt a warm current entering his body and emitting waves of powerful medicinal efficacy. What a powerful medicinal efficacy! This medicinal efficacy is far more powerful than the spirit fruit that I took from Zishang earlier. With this medicinal efficacy and the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, my cultivation base might be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation in one go. Although Duan Lingtian had learned from Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory that the Bauhinia fruit was very powerful, he still did not believe it. However, when he consumed it, he truly felt how amazing the redbud fruit was. But it's not just the 5th level void transformation. It's not impossible for me to break through to the 6th level void transformation. When Duan Lingtian sensed the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy in the depths of his dantian, leaving his dantian and merging with his origin energy to merge with the Bauhinia fruit's medicinal efficacy, he could not help but think to himself. It was his first time seeing the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy so active. He felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood as it guided his origin energy to flow through his meridians at lightning speed. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roving dragon form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hastily sat on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the 9th level wind concept fragment and hold it in his hand. One must know that when he cultivated the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept would increase as well. In his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and Bauhinia fruit guided his origin energy to circulate one cycle after another according to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. The originally loose bottleneck leading to the 4th level void transformation became even looser after being hit a few times. It was as though he was only a few more hits away from breaking through. Boom, boom, boom. After a few more hits, Duan Lingtian felt a soft pop sound coming from his body. The bottleneck leading to the 4th level void transformation was broken. His origin energy swept out and underwent an earth-shattering change. 4th level void transformation. The origin energy that had transformed did not stop because of this. Under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and Bauhinia pill, its speed did not slow down at all. It continued to circulate one cycle after another according to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose at an extremely terrifying speed. However, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were not on the elevation of his cultivation base. He could clearly feel that his wind concept had changed, but it was not a change that occurred after a breakthrough. Wind concept doesn't seem to have a breakthrough. It's just that I feel like there's another energy in it. A power that's ready to burst out at any time. What's that? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian tried to communicate with the energy that was born in the wind concept. Soon after, he felt a scorching aura being transmitted to him. Subsequently, a violent and scorching energy soared and enveloped his entire body. However, this fiery red energy did not cause any harm to him. Fire concept. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stared blankly at the energy that was born from the wind concept that surrounded his body. To be more precise, it was the concept, the fire concept. The level of this fire concept seems to be the same as the wind concept. After probing for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered a shocking fact. The fire concept that was born from the third-level advanced wind concept that he comprehended was actually the same as the wind concept. It was also at the third-level void transformation concept. In other words, the fire concept that he had just comprehended was directly at the third-level advanced fire concept. Isn't the roving dragon form, the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, too abnormal? Not only did it allow me to nurture the fire concept with the wind concept, but it's even nurtured such a high-level fire concept. Moreover, there seems to be some kind of connection between the fire concept and the wind concept. It's as if the fire concept would have a breakthrough after the wind concept has a breakthrough. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it's really like this, I don't have to comprehend another fire concept at all. As long as the wind concept improves, the fire concept will improve as well. Perhaps, by the time I comprehend the wind profundity, the fire concept will also evolve into the fire profundity. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened again. It was as though it was going to jump out of his chest. What's that? The commotion at Duan Lingtian's side finally attracted Su Qing and Zui Yu's attention. Both of them clashed once again and retreated quickly. They were not in a hurry to attack each other again. Both of them had a tacit understanding as they looked at the other side. Over there, a thick green vine that propped up the floor appeared clearly in front of their eyes. With their eyesight, they could clearly see a new gap on the green vine with just a glance. It was as though someone had plucked something from it. Spirit fruit. Both of them looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. Both of their expressions changed at the same time. The spirit fruit was plucked by Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me the spirit fruit is the other reward that Emperor Wu Qingfeng left on the 5th level? Both of them were shocked. They clearly remembered the message that Emperor Wu Qingfeng left behind. The message stated that there was another reward other than the golden key on the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. As for what the other reward was, Emperor Wu Qingfeng did not say clearly in his message. Due to this reason, they did not pay much attention to the reward from the beginning. Chapter 1000. Damn it. The spirit fruit was taken by Duan Lingtian first. I don't think he has the time to consume it yet, right? Zui Yu's expression was grave, and his body was trembling in anger. Compared to him, Su Qing was much more straightforward. He immediately flew out like a sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Duan Ling, hand over the spirit fruit." At this moment, whether it was Zui Yu or Su Qing, they were not surprised by the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was also the fire concept. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not use the fire concept when he attacked them earlier. Their attention was completely focused on the spirit fruit that Duan Lingtian had plucked from the green vine. In their opinion, since the spirit fruit was the reward for the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, it must not be an ordinary spirit fruit. When Zui Yu saw Su Qing had arrived at Duan Lingtian's side and was about to kill Duan Lingtian and take the spirit fruit away with him, this Su Qing? Damn it! Horror dawned on Zui Yu's face. The origin energy on his body surged, and the wind concept followed him like a shadow. With just a thought, he was ready to chase after Su Qing. However, the moment he took a step forward, he suddenly froze on the spot. It was as though something unexpected had happened. Chao. How's this possible? Zhuo Yu, who had stopped moving, shuddered for no reason. His eyes stared into the distance, filled with endless fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, it was as though he had seen something that he could not believe. In the distance, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face as he faced the sword that contained the strength of over 1,620 ancient horned dragons and Su Qing, who wanted to kill him as soon as he made his move. However, the depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. You're seeking death. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Even though his body was still heavily injured, he was still able to fight back. However, he knew that even if his current injuries were even more serious, it would still be effortless for him to kill Su Qing. Facing Su Qing's sword, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned completely cold. 9 dragons' radiant flash. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that appeared out of thin air in his hand suddenly flashed out. His target was Su Qing, who was charging at him menacingly. Bush. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian drew his sword, 3 earth-yellow divine dragons surrounded by red flames, green gales, purple lightning, and fierce sword intent appeared out of thin air and pounced towards Su Qing. At the same time that the 3 divine dragons pounced, the green astral wind pierced into the red flames, causing the flames to suddenly soar. The fire was fueled by the wind. At the same time, the speed of the 3 divine dragons increased. Their 3 pairs of eyes flashed, and 6 flashes of extreme light shot out, producing a series of short-lived piercing howls. In front of Su Qing's eyes, the 3 rays of light that shot out from the yellow dragon's eyes disappeared the moment they appeared. T. Su Qing's expression changed drastically at once. Unfortunately, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. At the moment when Su Qing's expression changed, a hideous bloody hole appeared in each of his 6 vital points, including the space between his brows, throat, and chest. 6 blood arrows shot out and landed on the ground. Blood splattered as though they had transformed into dazzling red roses. Bush. After the 6 rays of extreme light pierced through 6 vital points on Su Qing's body and killed him, they continued to fly out rapidly and crashed into the wall on the side of the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. One must admit that the wall on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace was really sturdy. Even if Duan Lingtian executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash with his current strength after breaking through and swiftly shot out 6 extreme flashes, he was unable to leave even the slightest trace of a mark on it. Boom. Finally, Su Qing's body fell into a pool of blood. He no longer made a sound. The strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in North Nether sect was dead. How's this possible? Impossible. This is impossible. The scene stuns Wei Yu, who was about to fight with Su Qing for the spirit fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. When Zui Yu took a step forward, he happened to witness the scene in front of him. He was so shocked that his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. He could no longer move. What a powerful energy! The eyes of the injured Duan Lingtian lit up immediately after he killed Su Qing. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of more than 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was because Duan Lingtian was injured. Otherwise, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely be more than this. However, even if it was just a small number, it still made Zui Yu, who was standing in the distance, in a daze. Horror filled his eyes. At this moment, this was the only thought left in Zui Yu's mind. Without any hesitation, Zui Yu moved like a bolt of lightning and dashed toward the corridor furthest away from Duan Lingtian. He wanted to escape from there. That corridor was also where the bumpy road test that he had gone through when he came here was located. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian noticed Zui Yu's movement immediately. At this moment, a smirk crept up the corner of his mouth. Zui Yu had been coveting the profundity fragment in his hand since the first time they met. If Sui was not worried about Su Qing and Lei Zhong in the beginning, he might have already attacked him when they first met. In addition to the fact that Sui Yu wanted to kill him earlier, it was even more impossible for him to let Sui Yu go. As Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he planned to perform the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash again. In his opinion, with his current ability, if he performed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, he would be able to kill Sui Yu with the 6 ultimate flashes before he could escape. However, just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected accident happened. Boom, boom, boom. Duan Lingtian shook the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Just as he was about to make his move, a wave of turbulence came from his internal organs. Horror dawned on his face before it turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, an intense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to feel as if he had lost all his strength. Clang. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to support his shaky body on the ground. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian saw Sui Yu's silhouette disappearing into the corridor in the distance, he no longer had the strength to chase after him even though he was unwilling to do so. At this moment, the inside of his body was in a complete mess. When Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses, he finally realized what had happened after he used inner vision for a while. It's because of this. After knowing the reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly with a helpless expression on his face. As it turned out, the reason why his internal organs were in turmoil and the sharp pain that spread throughout his body caused him to lose all his strength was because of this. It was caused by the origin energy that had merged with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit. To be more precise, it was because of the origin energy that had broken through again. Initially, when his cultivation base had broken through to the 4th level void transformation, he had allowed his origin energy to form an autonomous circulatory cycle and circulate it according to the roaming dragon form mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. This way, it would not affect him in any way. However, he never imagined that the yuan energy that was suddenly extracted from him when he killed Su Qing would cause the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to display its might. Together with the medicinal strength of the redbud fruit, it would lead his yuan energy to accelerate to the limit. In just a short while, he had broken through the bottleneck to the 5th level void transformation, helping him to break through to the 5th level void transformation in one fell swoop. After his cultivation base had broken through to the 5th level void transformation, his origin energy had transformed as expected. After the breakthrough, his origin energy was guided by the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit. Its speed was much faster than before. This also broke the circulatory cycle that Duan Lingtian had allowed his origin energy to circulate on its own. The origin energy went astray and injured his meridians, causing his body to be in a mess. As a result, Duan Lingtian was severely injured again. The injuries that originated from his body caused Duan Lingtian to lose all his strength. He could only watch as Sui Yu left. Now, I can only hope that Sui Yu can't find a way to leave. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He did not dare to think about what would happen next. When he felt the origin energy in his body still rampaging and causing him to feel intense pain, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and began to soothe the restless origin energy. 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, roaming dragon form. Under Duan Lingtian's soothing, the origin energy that was guided by the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit finally returned to normal and began to circulate normally. At this moment, Duan Lingtian consumed another life recovery pill to heal his injuries. The injuries on his internal organs healed rapidly. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian once again allowed the origin energy in his body to circulate on its own. He then flew out and headed in the direction that Sui Yu had left. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the bumpy road. As he passed through the bumpy road in reverse, he was warmly welcomed by the nature energy. However, since his strength had increased greatly, the bumpy road was like walking on flat ground to him. He did not feel any pressure at all. Where's Sui Yu? After passing through the bumpy road, Duan Lingtian did not see Sui Yu. In the end, he sensed the aura of an inscription formation in a corner. This inscription formation, through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian easily knew the function of the inscription formation in the corner. It was a one-way inscription formation. Usually, it would only appear at the entrance and exit of certain special places. One could only exit but not enter, and one could only enter but not exit. There's a path here as well? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and activated the inscription formation. It transformed into a faint light shield that covered the large floor in the corner. Rumble! Rumble! Chapter 1001. Zhuyu must have left from here. If I chase after him, it'll be difficult for me to come back. Duan Lingtian looked at the entrance of the stone staircase that was covered by a faint light shield. His expression was grave. The light shield in front of him was formed by a special inscription formation. No matter who it was, as long as they passed through it, their aura would be remembered by it and they would not be able to pass through it again. Since this inscription formation was created by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could destroy it by force. Otherwise, they would have to obey its rules. If Duan Lingtian passed through the light shield formed by the inscription formation and entered the entrance of the stone staircase, he would not be able to catch up with Zhuyu. He might not even be able to catch up with Zhuyu. Even if he managed to catch up, he might not be able to return to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, let alone go to the 5th level to look for Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. According to Duan Lingtian's deduction, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace. I might not be able to come back if I chase after him. I might not be able to catch up with Zhuyu and kill him. If I don't chase after him, Zhuyu will definitely be able to leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure alive. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. Once Zhuyu leaves Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the 3 major second-rate forces, Anika sect, Izumo sect, and North Nether sect will definitely know that I killed Su Qing, Lei Zhong, and Lei Jun. Su Qing is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. He's also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. If the North Nether sect finds out that I killed him, they'll definitely not let me go. As for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, they're the 2 most outstanding young disciples in Izumo sect. Lei Zhong is the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, while Lei Jun is the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. It's inevitable that Izumo sect and I are like fire and water. Perhaps I didn't directly offend the Anika sect, but once the people from the Anika sect find out that my only son is on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace and might be able to ascend to the 5th level to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, they won't let me go either. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. There was no doubt that the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert would target him because of Zhuyu's departure. At that time, not only would he have to face a group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the 3 great second-rate forces, but he would also have to face 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 great second-rate forces. After all, each of the 3 great second-rate forces had at least 1 martial monarch powerhouse. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt great pressure. Should we give chase and take a gamble? Perhaps I can catch up to Zhuyu. However, if I do that, I might not be able to catch up to him. If that's the case, not only will I have to give up the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, but the 3 great second-rate forces will also target me. The thoughts in Duan Lingtian's mind changed rapidly. In the end, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Forget it. Provoking 3 second-rate forces or provoking 1 second-rate force doesn't make much of a difference to me. I'll just deal with whatever comes my way. Before he entered Qingfeng Palace, he had already admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. Then he had also killed Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. From that moment on, he had completely offended Izumo sect. Unless he could kill all the witnesses at that time. Otherwise, Izumo sect would find out that he had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun sooner or later. I'm not even afraid of Izumo sect. Why would I, Duan Lingnan, be afraid of North Nether sect and Anika sect, who are equally as famous as Izumo sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. For a moment, a strong and fearless confidence radiated from his body. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about Suiyu's escape. So what if it's the three great second-rate forces? I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid of them. Duan Lingtian, who was full of confidence, turned around and walked toward the bumpy road. After passing through the bumpy road easily, he once again entered the central area of the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. A body lay quietly in the central area of the fourth level. It was Su Qing's body. Not far from Su Qing's body, a green vine extended from the ground and lifted up a piece of the floor. On the other side, a stone platform stood where the floor was lifted up. There was an exquisite little box on it. It was the box that seemed to contain the golden key. You've saved my life too. Duan Lingtian moved and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone platform where the little box was placed. At the same time, he reached out and picked up the little box. But as Duan Lingtian opened the little box, a golden crescent-shaped key appeared before his eyes. This golden key was exactly the same as the silver key and the copper key in his hand. The only difference was the color. I've finally gathered all three keys. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he took out the other two keys and stacked the three keys together. When the gold, silver, and copper crescent-shaped keys were stacked together, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formation. It came from the three keys. There's an inscription formation on these three keys? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. When the three keys were stacked together, he realized he had combined and activated the inscription formation on the three keys. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Subsequently, a series of loud noises came from the top of Duan Lingtian's head and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and saw it clearly. The ceiling above the central area of the fourth level was slowly moving and opening the door to the fifth level of Qingfeng Palace for him. Not only that, boom, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the door to the fifth level opened, a huge box fell and landed not far away from him. It was a box that was completely black and looked extremely ordinary. However, it gave Duan Lingtian an extraordinary feeling. Ink steel. When Duan Lingtian saw the box, his eyes could not help but narrow as he said in shock, "Isn't this too exaggerated? The entire box is made of ink steel? Extravagant! This is too extravagant." Ink steel was a refining material that Duan Lingtian learned about from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. If it was not for the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he would not have been able to recognize ink steel. Ink steel was a refining material that could be used to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons or even royal grade spirit weapons. It was extremely tough. If a grade 1 weapon craftsman were to refine it, he would need to burn it with a grade 1 weapon flame for a month before the ink steel would show any signs of softening. It would take 3 months for the ink steel to turn into a puddle of liquid. Based on this, one could see how tough the ink steel was. Although I'm strong now, it's almost impossible for me to destroy this ink steel. Duan Lingtian shook his head and studied the box that was completely made of ink steel in front of him. The box was tightly locked, revealing 3 identical keyholes that were arranged in a row. Is this the keyhole for the 3 keys? When Duan Lingtian saw the 3 keyholes on the box, he could not help but look at the 3 keys in his hand. His breathing quickened. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort to obtain these 3 keys. Especially on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace, he was almost killed by Su Qing and Zuiyu. It could be said that he had risked his life to obtain the golden key. This box can only be opened with 3 keys. Moreover, it's an extravagant box that's made of ink steel. I wonder what kind of treasures are in it. Filled with excitement, Duan Lingtian stuffed the 3 keys in his hand into the 3 keyholes on the box one by one. But a soft sound reverberated in the air. Under Duan Lingtian's attentive gaze, the box opened. At once, everything inside was exposed before his eyes. A fiery red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing lay quietly in the box. Unlike ordinary swords that were 3 feet long, this fiery red soft sword was 5 feet long. Moreover, there was a faint red glow around it. With just one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This sword, with just one look, Duan Lingtian realized that the fiery red soft sword in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. However, he was almost certain that this was his first time seeing this sword. Could it be that the reincarnation Emperor Wu is familiar with it? But not me? With just a thought, Duan Lingtian began to search the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. It didn't take long for him to get the answer he wanted. So, this fiery red soft sword is a spirit weapon that the reincarnation Emperor Wu personally refined back then. Just like the sword in my hand, it's also a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. After learning about the origin of the fiery red soft sword, Duan Lingtian had to admit that he was slightly disappointed. Young man, congratulations on gathering 3 keys and obtaining the refined weapon that I obtained by chance back then. This refined weapon is even more powerful than a grade 1 spirit weapon. It can increase one's strength by 2 times. At the same time, the polyphony formation in the box was activated, and a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was a message from the Qing Feng Emperor Wu. His tone was solemn. Based on the Qing Feng Emperor Wu's tone, one could tell that he treasured this quasi-royal grade spirit sword a lot. I'm afraid Martial Emperor Qing Feng would never have imagined that the person who obtained the sword he left behind after so many years probably doesn't care about the sword at all. Duan Lingtian sighed as he looked at the fiery red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the box. He already had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword a long time ago. Having another one would not help him at all. Chapter 1002. Ink steel was a necessary material to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons. It was extremely precious. Back then, in order to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had racked his brains to obtain a limited amount of ink steel. The amount of ink steel was not even 1% of the ink steel that was used to forge the box. This sword, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took out the fiery red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He held it in his hand and swung it gently. Buzz! The 5-foot-long fiery red flexible sword vibrated and let out a clear sword chime that was pleasing to the ear. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword after all. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to put away the box that was completely made of ink steel. To him, this was a real treasure that he would need to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons in the future. Currently, Duan Lingtian had the intention of preparing for a rainy day. 3 keys to open the door to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace and open the box that contains the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian glanced at the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. In the end, he did not go up directly. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do now. In his opinion, if he was not mistaken, the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace should be where the body of Qing Feng Emperor Wu was located. According to the tests that Qing Feng Emperor Wu had set up in the lower 4 levels of Qing Feng Palace, it was not difficult to guess that the test on the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace would be even more difficult. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the body of Qing Feng Emperor Wu. I'm injured now. Moreover, I haven't fully digested the medicinal efficacy of the amethyst fruit. I should wait until I'm done cultivating and my injuries are healed before I challenge the 5th level. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind, he focused on cultivating and healing his injuries. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the redbud fruit's medicinal efficacy in the origin energy that flowed in his meridians had completely vanished. At this moment, his cultivation base had just reached the bottleneck of the 6th level void transformation stage. It's already not bad to be able to hold on for so long. Even so, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised by the violet spike fruit's medicinal effect. Although the violet spike fruit's medicinal effect is gone, the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal effect is still able to circulate the origin energy in my body at the same speed. Break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, roaming dragon transformation. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian raised his cultivation base, he did not forget to heal his injuries and comprehend his concept while holding the 2 concept fragments. Fragments of concept of wind were naturally indispensable. Currently, the improvement of his wind concept was equivalent to the improvement of his fire concept as well. Therefore, he would not let go of any opportunity to raise his wind concept. As for the other 3 concepts, he mainly comprehended the earth concept. The reason he made such a choice was very simple. The earth concept could borrow the earth energy through communicating with the earth. If the earth concept encountered a bottleneck, he would comprehend the thunder concept from the remaining 2 concepts because the thunder concept was at a higher level than the sword concept. He would comprehend concepts as he cultivated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's injuries were recovering rapidly under the medicinal effect of the life recovery pill. He soon recovered to his prime as though he was never injured. Duan Lingtian's body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly trembled slightly. Subsequently, he opened his eyes and a bright light flashed through his eyes. At the same time, his face was filled with surprise. The 6th level void transformation stage. I've finally broken through. Yes, the medicinal effect of the rebirth pill has also returned to my dantian. As Duan Lingtian was mumbling to himself in surprise, a milky white flame rose from his body and caused the heaven and earth energy above his head to stir. In the end, the stirring heaven and earth energy condensed and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and wriggled down lifelike. 400 silhouettes. 500 silhouettes. 600 silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes continued to rise until it reached 800 silhouettes. The origin energy of the 6th level void transformation stage was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. There's still the concept. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, the earth concept appeared and merged with the origin energy, causing the origin energy to transform into waves of khaki energy that twined around his body. When the earth concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky turned into 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Unfortunately, due to the impact of the bumpy road on Qing Feng Palace's 4th level, I can't borrow the earth energy here. Otherwise, I'd be able to increase the strength of another 50 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and glanced at the 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above his head before he sighed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. At that instant, the khaki origin energy trembled and emitted waves of sharp aura. It was none other than the sword concept. When the 9th level intermediate sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky changed again and turned into 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thunder reverberated in the air. Subsequently, purple lightning that twined around the khaki energy appeared. 1st level advanced thunder concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. For a time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky changed again and turned into 1,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Subsequently, the purple robe on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered, and waves of deep green wind swept out. At once, another 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. Accompanying the appearance of the green wind was a vast flame that filled the sky, causing another 400 ancient horned dragon silhouettes to appear in the sky. It was the 3rd level advanced wind concept and the 3rd level advanced fire concept that was born from it. At that moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head had already formed 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It was majestic and breathtaking. All of this did not end because of this. As the green wind merged with the flames, the flames soared again. The wind concept was infused with the fire concept. At once, another 200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. It was the fire concept's 50% increase in strength under the method of infusing the wind concept with the fire concept. 2,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes hovered above Duan Lingtian's head, causing Duan Lingtian to narrow his eyes slightly. If I use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword again, with just a thought, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he had been using earlier. As Duan Lingtian's energy merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred, and 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage. When his origin energy fully exploded, the strength it contained was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword's amplification was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and fell into his eyes, constantly impacting his eyeballs. Nothing was more than a feast for the eyes. The sword in my hand contains the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian held the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and stared at the various concepts that were fused with his origin energy. His face was filled with heartfelt excitement. If I borrow the earth energy as well, my strength is equivalent to the strength of 3,050 ancient horned dragons when I unleash my full strength. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart surged. Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian stood up and stood with his sword in hand. The purple robe on his body fluttered without the wind. His body emitted a strong confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. A 9th level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. Without a spirit weapon, his full strength is equivalent to the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. If such a martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid at all. However, if he uses a spirit weapon, I'm far from being a match for him. Even if he's only using a grade 2 spirit weapon. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was undoubtedly of a very high grade. It could even double his strength. However, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 6th level void transformation stage. The double boost on his origin energy was only equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. However, a 9th level void transformation martial artist would have the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons if he fully unleashed his origin energy. Even if he only used a grade 2 spirit weapon with a 78% boost, he would still be able to increase the strength of 930 ancient horned dragons. The boost was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. I can't believe that my strength can achieve such a breakthrough after coming to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. Initially, my full strength was only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. Now, I can exert the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. My strength has almost doubled. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged. He could not calm down for a long time. After a while, he lifted his head and looked at the door that led to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Now, it's time for me to go up and find out. No matter what test Emperor Wu set up above, I'll pass them one by one. I'll get the 3 profundity fragments from his body. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. He flew up into the air and entered the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace, which was also the last level. When Duan Lingtian entered Qingfeng Palace, Zuyu left the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Not only did Zuyu leave Qingfeng Palace, but he had also left the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure and returned to the entrance that he came from. After entering the entrance that belonged to him, Zuyu entered the illusory formation again and rushed back the way he came. Duan Lingyan, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from the 3 major sects. Chapter 1003. In the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. On the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace, 2 figures walked side by side. They shuttled through every corner of the 2nd level as though they were looking for something. There's nothing on the second level. Isn't that Emperor Wu a little too stingy? The red-clothed young man furrowed his brows and cursed. Unlike the red-clad young man, the blue-clad young man next to him had a calm expression. His eyes were cold as though he did not hear the red-clad young man's words. If someone was here and saw these two young men, they would definitely be shocked. This was because these two young men looked exactly the same. Their identities were obvious. They were the Nangong brothers from the Five-Element sect. Nangong Chen and Nangong Bush. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling reverberated from the sky, causing Nangong Yi's expression to change. As for Nangong Chen, he reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed in the direction of the sound. What's that? Nangong Yi, who was slow to react, could not help but look at Nangong Chen curiously. Nangong Chen, who had a calm expression and a cold gaze, had a complete change of expression when he opened his hand that grabbed the item that fell. A look of surprise appeared on his face. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. Profundity fragment. Looking at the two fragments in Nangong Chen's hand, Nangong Yi was stunned for a moment before he gulped hard. One of the two fragments in Nangong Chen's hand was shrouded in purple energy while the other was shrouded in khaki energy. The Thunder Profundity Fragment. The Earth Profundity Fragment. Before the Nangong brothers could recover from their surprise, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears clearly. Congratulations, lucky young man. It's because someone failed to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from my body in time after opening the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. For this reason, the inscription formation that I left behind activated on its own and drew the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments out of my body to an activated drop point on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. I've set up densely packed drop points on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace with an inscription formation. Once the inscription formation is activated, the drop points will be activated automatically. The voice that entered the ears of the Nangong brothers was not unfamiliar to them. They could tell that this was the voice of the Emperor Wu expert who left behind the secret treasure of Emperor Wu. Even the palace they were in now was left behind by Emperor Wu. After regaining their senses from the martial emperor's message, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi could not help but look at each other. For a moment, they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This works too? The 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace had drop points set up by Emperor Wu with an inscription formation. Everyone on the 4th floor could activate the drop points? The 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments would appear at one of the drop points through the inscription formation? And now, it just so happened to appear at the drop points that they had activated? Our luck is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Nangong Yi gulped hard when he regained his senses. His breathing was rapid as he spoke with some difficulty. Yes. This time, Nangong Chen nodded in agreement, which was rare. But why isn't it the water profundity fragment? Nangong Yi said in a slightly frantic manner. Of the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments, one was the Earth profundity fragment, and the other was the Thunder profundity fragment. However, Nangong Chen could use the Earth profundity fragment. As for the Thunder profundity fragment, it was destined to be handed over to the sect. I wonder which unlucky bastard did not retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body in time after activating the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace. Soon, Nangong Yi seemed to know what was done was done. He was no longer angry. When he recalled the person that Qingfeng Emperor Wu mentioned, he gloated. If he wasn't unlucky, the 2 profundity fragments would have been his, not ours. It was rare for Nangong Chen to say such a long sentence. Compared to the excitement of the Nangong brothers, Duan Lingtian, who had ascended to the 5th floor from the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace, was very, very depressed. All of this originated from the message that Qingfeng Emperor Wu left behind. Young man, although you've arrived at the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace, you didn't come up after activating the 5th floor. For this reason, the inscription formation that I left behind has guided the 2 Monarch Stage profundity fragments from my body to the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace to find their new owner. Duan Lingtan almost threw up blood when he heard Qingfeng Emperor Wu's words. He didn't come up after activating the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace? It was because he was worried that the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace would be dangerous. That was why he planned to ascend to the 5th floor after his cultivation base had broken through and his injuries had healed. If I knew there was no test on the 5th floor, I wouldn't have taken so long to ascend. Duan Lingtian clenched his teeth as he looked at the skeleton covered in a green robe that was close to him. The 2 monarch stage profundity fragments in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body were gone just like that because he had arrived a little late. As soon as he ascended to the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace, he noticed that Qingfeng Emperor Wu did not set up any test on the 5th floor. There was only one skeleton sitting cross-legged nearby. It was Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. Although Qingfeng Emperor Wu had passed away many years ago, his skeleton was well preserved. He maintained a cross-legged cultivation posture, giving off an aura of vicissitudes. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian took out the only remaining profundity fragment in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. Unlike the monarch stage profundity fragment, this profundity fragment did not glow with energy. Duan Lingtian held the profundity fragment in his hand. There seemed to be wisps of deep green wind surrounding it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of pressure when he was touched by the waves of aura. He could not help but take 2 steps back in shock. This is the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian studied the profundity fragment in his hands seriously. He began to search Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and soon obtained his answer. The profundity fragment in his hand was the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, this profundity fragment should be a 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. After searching Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory again, Duan Lingtian obtained his answer. The 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. With this 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity Fragment, it means that when I comprehend the 9th-level Monarch Stage Wind Profundity in the future, I'll be able to comprehend the Emperor Stage Wind Profundity in one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. After half a day, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down a little. However, his face was still filled with endless excitement and joy. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about the other 2 Monarch Stage Profundity fragments. In his world, there was only the 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity fragment left. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian put the 2nd-level Emperor Stage Wind Profundity fragment away into his spatial ring with trembling hands. Only then did his excited emotions completely calm down. This is Qingfeng Palace's 5th level. There should be other treasures, right? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian began to search Qingfeng Palace's 5th level, but he found nothing in the end. Apart from the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, there was nothing else. I'm still too greedy. This Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is comparable to all the other treasures left behind by Qingfeng Emperor Wu. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. I wonder who obtained the 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. However, since I've already obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragments, it's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left Qingfeng Palace's 5th level and returned to the 4th level. Subsequently, he went down the stone staircase that Sui Yu had left from. I wonder if I'll meet Sui Yu again. If I do, I'll definitely kill him. Cold, killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian soon arrived at Qingfeng Palace's 1st level as he walked down the stone staircase. Before he could react, he had already entered the illusory formation. Under Qingfeng Emperor Wu's guidance, Duan Lingtian walked out of the illusory formation and left Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice as soon as he walked out of Qingfeng Palace. When he lifted his head and looked over, he realized Huang Dainiu was already waiting outside. Huang Dainiu's eyes lit up when he saw him coming out. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed something else. Not far away from Huang Dainiu, a young man was hovering in the air. His expression was extremely grave. When Huang Dainiu greeted him, the young man's body began to tremble as if Huang Dainiu was some kind of monster. He's a 5-element sex disciple? A moment later, Duan Lingtian recognized the young man. He seems to be a Fire Peak's disciple as well. He was no stranger to Fire Peak. Hu Fei, the person he killed when he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, was a Fire Peak's disciple in the Five-Element sect. Moreover, he was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu and asked curiously. Duan Ling, how are you going to thank me this time? Huang Daniu chuckled. Thank you? Thank you for what? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned as he asked in confusion. What if I say, I found the person who spread the fake news about you obtaining the profundity fragment? The smile on Huang Daniu's face grew even brighter. You found that person? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked by Huang Daniu's words. Chapter 1004. It's you? In an instant, cold gleams shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was about to devour someone. That's right, it's me. After the Fire Peak disciple was terrified to the extreme, he seemed to have lost his cool. He clenched his teeth and stared at Duan Lingtian before he braced himself and said, I don't think I know you? Why do you want to harm me? Upon hearing the Fire Peak disciple's confession, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed across them. I owe senior brother Hu Fei a life, the Fire Peak disciple said in a deep voice. Hu Fei? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, this Fire Peak disciple was trying to avenge Hu Fei who he had killed. However, Hu Fei knew how to save people as well? He found it a little hard to believe. I can't believe that Hu Fei can get someone to owe him a life. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Huang Daniu could not help but mock him. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At the same time, he was also the traitor of Wood Peak. In order to stand out, not only did Hu Fei betray Wood Peak who had nurtured him, he even betrayed his own master and savior. He had no reputation in the Five-Element sect at all. Now, anyone would be surprised to hear that a person like Hu Fei would save people. However, both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu did not know about this at all. The reason why Hu Fei saved this Fire Peak disciple's life was more for his own benefit. It was not purely for the sake of saving this Fire Peak disciple. Just like Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's understanding of Hu Fei was a cold-blooded animal. It was impossible for him to be merciful and benevolent. Everything he had done was for himself. Selfishness was his synonym. If that's the case, you can return your life to him. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then, he raised his hand at lightning speed and condensed a sword ray that shot out. It was so fast that even Huang Daniu could not catch a glimpse of it, let alone that Fire Peak disciple. Puchi! A soft sound was heard. An arrow of blood spurted out from the throat of the Fire Peak disciple. The blood splattered in the air like blooming red roses. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Following that, the Fire Peak disciple's body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. Duan Lingtian's attack was decisive and merciless. So fast, Huang Daniu's pupils contracted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. He only saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand. In the next moment, the Fire Peak disciple died. From the beginning until the end, he did not see how Duan Lingtian made his move. It seems like Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter in there. Otherwise, it's impossible for his strength to increase so much. Thinking of this, Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. To Duan Lingtian, killing the Fire Peak disciple was like doing something insignificant. All of a sudden, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Huang Daniu curiously. Daniu, how did you find out? Hehe. Naturally, Huang Daniu knew what Duan Lingtian was asking about. After chuckling, he continued to say, I met him in there. I happened to hear him spreading a rumor that you obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and wanted to harm you. Then I caught him, and after a round of coercion, he finally confessed to me how he had harmed you. Huang Daniu finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He looked at Huang Daniu gratefully. No matter what, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known who was the person who tried to harm me in the dark. Although the person who spread the rumor outside Emperor Wu's secret treasure and wanted to harm him did not succeed, it was still a matter of time before this. But that matter was undoubtedly a knot in his heart. He desperately wanted to know who was the person who tried to harm him in the dark. If he did not find out who that person was, he would feel restless every time he thought about it. There was a hidden person who was harming him in this world. To him, it was undoubtedly a huge potential threat. It's nothing. It's nothing. Moreover, you gave me a grade 1 spirit weapon earlier and helped me in there. Consider it as me returning the favor. Huang Daniu waved his hand and said generously. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked curiously, Daniu, how long have you been out? About half an hour. Huang Daniu pondered for a moment before he replied. While Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were chatting, another figure flew out of the palace. It's a disciple from a second-rate force. Duan Lingtian, should we kill him? Otherwise, he'll spread rumors after he exits from entrance number 1. Huang Daniu stared at the figure in the distance. His eyes gleamed fiercely. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head under the horrified gaze of the Anika sect's disciple who had a change of expression after hearing Huang Daniu's words. When he was brought out of the illusory formation, he had already vaguely realized it. It was very likely that Zuiyu had left Qingfeng Palace and the real martial emperor's secret treasure. It would not take long for him to leave from entrance number 1 and tell Izumo sect that he had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. Moreover, Zuiyu would also tell North Nether sect that he had killed Su Qing. Moreover, Zuiyu would definitely tell Anika sect that he had the Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment in his possession and that he might have obtained the 3 Profundity Fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng Palace. At that time, not only would he have to face Izumo sect and North Nether sect who would seek revenge, but he would also have to face Anika sect who wanted to snatch the Profundity Fragments from him. The 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert had their eyes on him at the same time. Just the thought of it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. To the current him, 3 second-rate forces were undoubtedly colossal existences. The Anika sect's disciple sighed in relief when he saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. He looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully before he flew away. Subsequently, people began to leave one after another. Other than the few remaining disciples from the second-rate forces, the survivors from the third-rate forces also left Qingfeng Palace one by one. Soon after, a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Xianbei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw the young monk before him, and he took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian. Xianbei felt a little awkward when he saw Duan Lingtian. Back then, when he was at Skywolf Fort, the person who challenged him to a battle had unknowingly possessed a strength that far surpassed his own. Now, he had completely lost his temper when he faced the other party. I'll take my leave first. Perhaps Xianbei felt particularly depressed in front of Duan Lingtian, so he quickly left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. As for the Empyrean Temple's disciples who might have survived in Qingfeng Palace, he completely ignored them. Duan Ling, this little bald donkey is afraid of you. Huang Daniu could not help but laugh when he recalled the scene when Xianbei took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian before they entered the palace. At that time, Xianbei was high-spirited and full of confidence. However, he could only flee in the face of Duan Lingtian now. Compared to Huang Daniu's unbridled laughter, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an emotional fluctuation. Now that his strength had increased, his mentality had undergone a tremendous change. He no longer regarded Xianbei, a young disciple of the Empyrean Temple, as an opponent. With his current strength, there were only a few people in the Empyrean Temple who were qualified to be his opponent. Not long after Xianbei left, Zhang Yan also came out. After Zhang Yan came out, he saw Duan Lingtian immediately. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. Zhang Yan. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yan's departing silhouette. He only regained his senses when Zhang Yan's silhouette disappeared before his eyes. Zhang Yan was from the Dark Han dynasty like him, and they were from the same imperial kingdom. When he faced Zhang Yan, he felt a sense of familiarity. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yan was from the same hometown as him. Both of them were from the Dark Han dynasty, and both of them were the strongest among the younger generation in a third-rate force in the northern desert. This was enough to shock people. Moreover, he and Zhang Yan were not only from the Dark Han dynasty, they were also from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Dark Stone Empire. Silhouettes flew out of Qingfeng Palace and left one after another. Big Brother Zhang. Not long after, a silhouette flew out of Qingfeng Palace and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was none other than Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Half an hour had passed since Zhang Shouyong came out. At this moment, a fiery red silhouette that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with flew out of Qingfeng Palace and arrived beside him like a fire spirit. Elder Brother Duan. A soft and pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, the silhouette that was like a fire spirit stood beside Duan Lingtian. Her graceful body was filled with temptation, and her beautiful face seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Tianwu. Looking at the lady before him, a gentle smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with love. Where's Su Li? Why hasn't he come out yet? Huang Daniu could not help but frown when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out. Let's wait a little longer, Duan Lingtian said. However, after waiting for a while, no one came out of Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian and the other three still did not see Su Li. Could something have happened to Su Li? Huang Daniu's face darkened as he muttered. Don't jinx it. Maybe Su Li came out earlier than you. He left on his own because he wasn't sure if we came out or not. Duan Lingtian cursed as he spoke of his own opinion. Of course, even though he said that, he was still uncertain. Let's go out first then, Zhang Shouyong suggested. All right. Duan Lingtian and the other two did not have any objections. Subsequently, the four of them departed from the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As soon as they left the central area, Duan Lingtian and the other three parted ways. Chapter 1005. Duan Lingtian found his entrance in a spacious cave by following his memory of walking all the way from the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, this place was also an exit. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian made his move. After passing through the exit, he continued to fly out. With a flash, he realized he had returned to the boundless grassland in the illusory formation. Looking at the boundless grassland in front of him, he felt extremely peaceful in his heart. With my current speed, I can save more than half of the time compared to when I first came in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had achieved a breakthrough in his strength, was full of confidence. Subsequently, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice resonated from the polyphony formation that was integrated into the illusory formation. It entered Duan Lingtian's ears and guided Duan Lingtian in the direction to leave. If it were not for this, Duan Lingtian would have definitely gotten lost. The illusory formation was unpredictable. Although he still appeared in the grassland, there were some substantial changes to this grassland. It was completely different from the grassland he passed through last time. Not only that, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was flying in the sky above the grassland, soon discovered another problem. When I came here, there were many offensive inscription formations that were integrated into the illusory formation that attacked me. However, I don't see any trace of those inscription formations now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hurried along. Just as Duan Lingtian and the group of young powerhouses were hurrying along in the illusory formation, at the intersection of the central area and the northern area of the northern desert, there was a Hengduan mountain range that was particularly quiet. In the sky above a valley in the Hengduan mountain range, three old men were sitting cross-legged in the sky. They were in a state of cultivation and turned a deaf ear to everything around them. The three old men sat cross-legged in the sky as though they were one with the heaven and earth. There was no distinction between them anymore. Suddenly, a slight wind whistling sound came from the bottom of the valley. The sound of wind whistling was not very loud, but when it entered the ears of the three old men, it was like a thunderclap, causing them to open their eyes at the same time. A bright light flashed across their eyes. Then, their gazes fell on the young man who had just come out of the gray light shield. Zuiyu. One of them was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He looked like an immortal, but when he saw the young man, he couldn't help but frown. The young man who came out of the gray light shield was none other than Zuiyu, the #1 person among the younger generation of a Nika sect. Master. When Zuiyu came out, his face was still a little ugly. When he heard someone calling him, he hurriedly looked over and bowed respectfully. The old man before him was his master, Bai Yuhai. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in a Nika sect. Zuiyu, what's going on? Why are you the first to come out? Bai Yuhai asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, those who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would have a higher chance of obtaining the profundity fragment that their Nika sect needed if they stayed in there for as long as possible. However, his direct disciple was the first to come out. Old Bai, it seems like your direct disciple isn't that great after all. A sturdy old man nearby laughed out loud. Indeed, he's not that great. He came out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure so quickly. I don't think he obtained any profundity fragment, another old man said in a gray-robed old man's expression. The other gray-robed old man said indifferently as he looked at Bai Yuhai with a mocking gaze. When Bai Yuhai heard the two old men's mocking words, his face turned grave. He looked at Zuiyu with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. At the same time, he asked in a deep voice, Zuiyu, did you obtain any profundity fragment? When Zuiyu heard the two old men's words, he was shocked by his master's words. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered. I told you. It's impossible for him to obtain a profundity fragment if he came out so quickly. The gray-robed old man said again. Old Bai, I've always heard you boast about how outstanding your direct disciple is. Now, it seems like he's just SOS. I'm afraid he's not even as good as my useless disciple, Lei Zhong. The sturdy old man smiled at Bai Yuhai. When Bai Yuhai heard the two old men's mocking words, his expression turned even more grave. He glared at Zuiyu as though he expected better from him. Zuiyu could not help but smile wryly when he was glared at by Bai Yuhai. However, when his gaze fell on the other two old men, his eyes could not help but flash with a trace of ridicule. At the same time, he said bluntly, Seniors, the reason I came out so quickly is to report to both of you. Although Zuiyu appeared humble when he faced the two old men, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. These two old fogies were mocking his master, saying that he was useless? He was curious. What kind of expression would these two old men have when they found out the most outstanding disciples of their Izumo sect and North Nether sect had been killed? Report? The two old men were stunned when they heard Zuiyu's words. Even Bai Yuhai looked at Zuiyu with a puzzled expression. He was curious why Zuiyu was in such a hurry to report to the two old men. At the same time, he could not help but glare at Zuiyu again. In his opinion, nothing was more important than the profundity fragment. Zuiyu had come out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in advance for the sake of Izumo sect and North Nether sect. It was no doubt that he was playing with the future of a Nika sect. Zuiyu responded to the two puzzled old men in front of him. Zuiyu boy, just tell us what you want. The sturdy old man snorted. Zuiyu boy, you rushed out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in such a hurry. Don't tell me you want to tell us that our disciples have obtained a profundity fragment? The gray-robed old man looked at Zuiyu and asked nonchalantly, That's possible. The sturdy old man burst out laughing again when he heard the gray-robed old man's words. Bai Yuhai, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face. Seniors, before I report to you, I hope you'll be mentally prepared. Zuiyu maintained a humble expression on his face, but there was a hint of gloating in the depth of his eyes. Let's see how long you two can be smug for. Mentally prepared? Mentally prepared for obtaining a profundity fragment? You don't have to worry about that, Zuiyu boy. I've already prepared for that. The sturdy old man smiled. He did not notice the gloating in the depth of Zuyu's eyes. However, the gray-robed old man noticed it. He frowned as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" "Seniors, please restrain your grief." Zuyu did not hesitate and said bluntly, "Restrain your grief?" The moment Zuyu's words left his mouth, Bai Yuhai's expression froze. As for the other two old men, their expressions changed. "Zuyu boy, what do you mean by that?" At this moment, regardless of whether it was the sturdy old man or the gray-robed old man, they were no longer as casual as before. They had a serious expression on their faces, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. Senior Tong Shan. Zuyu first looked at the sturdy old man, the Izumo sect's martial monarch powerhouse, and said slowly, "Your direct disciple, Lei Zhong." Before Zuyu could finish his sentence, Tong Shan's expression changed drastically. At the same time, his words were interrupted by an aura that swept toward him. The terrifying aura landed on him, causing him to take a few steps back involuntarily. At this moment, Zuyu could feel his internal organs trembling. His vital energy and blood surged up, and there was a sweetness in his throat. Barf! Zuyu's face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the pressure of Tong Shan's martial monarch powerhouse's aura. When a martial monarch powerhouse was enraged, just his aura alone was enough to make a fourth-level void transformation martial artist like him spit out blood. One could imagine how terrifying a martial monarch powerhouse was. Tong Shan. Bai Yuhai's expression changed drastically when he saw Tong Shan oppressing his direct disciple with his aura. At the same time, a surge of aura extended from his body and crushed Tong Shan's aura. However, Tong Shan did not care about this at all. He stared at Zuyu with his big eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Zuyu, boy, what happened to Lei Zhong?" Zuyu took a deep breath. Although he was furious, his anger disappeared completely when he looked at Tong Shan. A martial monarch powerhouse was a lofty mountain that he could not surpass. Senior Tong Shan, your direct disciple, Lei Jun, was killed. Zuyu said word by word. Boom. Zuyu's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Tong Shan's expression to change drastically. Who was it? Tong Shan moved and appeared in front of Zuyu in just a blink of an eye. He reached out his hand to grab Zuyu's shoulder as though he wanted to interrogate Zuyu about who killed his direct disciple. The current Tong Shan did not have the demeanor that a martial monarch powerhouse should have. Right now, he was just an ordinary old man. An ordinary old man who was enraged when he heard that his direct disciple whom he regarded as his grandson was killed. Tong Shan. Earlier, Bai Yuhai was also shocked by Zuyu's words. When he regained his senses, he saw Tong Shan charging towards Zuyu. In the next instant he stood in Tong Shan's way. Get lost. Tong Shan was furious when he saw that someone dared to stop him from asking about his direct disciple's murderer. Tong Shan, who had lost his mind, did not care who was standing in front of him. He lifted his hand and struck out with his palm at lightning speed, causing the air around him to explode continuously. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Tong Shan struck out furiously. Apart from causing the air to explode, the force of his palm also stirred up gusts of strong wind that swept through the entire valley in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 1006. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as Bai Yuhai and Tong Shan's palms collided. When the two martial monarchs' palms collided, a terrifying energy swept out and collided violently. A deafening sound rang in the air and shook the hearts of the people. In the next moment, an invisible airwave swept out in all directions from the point of collision, turning into a vast gust of wind. At once, the flowers and trees in the valley were uprooted. It was a wretched sight. Bai Yuhai and Tong Shan, the two martial monarchs, were in a stalemate. Since their strength was on par with each other, neither of them wanted to give in to the other. Tong Shan. At this moment, the gray-clad old man spoke. You should listen to Zuyu carefully. What's the use of being so agitated now? Can you avenge your direct disciple? Upon hearing this, Tong Shan suppressed his agitated emotions and moved away from Bai Yuhai. Zuyu, tell me. Tong Shan took a deep breath and asked Zui Yu, who was shielded behind by Yu Hai. Seeing that Tong Shan had no intention of attacking him, Zui Yu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he recounted some of his experiences, including the deaths of Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. When Tong Shan learned from Zui Yu that Lei Jun was also dead, he was even more furious. Lei Jun was not only the biological brother of his direct disciple, Lei Zhong, but he was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. He was the one who brought Lei Jun out. However, now that he had died in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he did not know how to explain this to the sect leader when he returned to Izumo sect. Due to his superior status in Izumo sect, even the sect leader of Izumo sect had to be respectful to him. This time, even if Lei Jun was dead, the sect leader of Izumo sect would not blame him. But in his heart, he couldn't get over it. They were killed by the same person. Just when Tong Shan was about to explode in anger, Zui Yu spoke again in a clear voice. Who? Upon hearing Zui Yu's words, Tong Shan narrowed his eyes. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. He was also killed by the same person. Zui Yu did not answer Tong Shan for the time being. Instead, he looked at the gray-clad old man standing at the side. He was the martial monarch powerhouse in the North Nether sect, Feng Tong. As soon as Zui Yu's words fell, Feng Tong could no longer calm down. His face changed dramatically, and his anger soared to the sky. Who is that person? Although Su Qing wasn't his personal disciple, he was his personal disciple's disciple, his grand-disciple. His direct disciple was the current sect leader of the North Nether sect. And now his grand-disciple had been killed? His name is Duan Lincoln. Zui Yu, who had successfully infuriated the two martial emperors, said with a cold glint in his eyes. Duan Lincoln, as long as you can come out of the secret treasure of Emperor Wu alive this time, you will definitely die. Zui Yu swore inwardly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by a martial emperor, to survive. He's the person who broke into the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from another entrance. He's a disciple of the third-rate force, the Five-Element sect. In the eastern district of the northern desert, Zui Yu revealed everything he knew. However, he did not mention the fact that Duan Lingtian had publicly announced his departure from the Five-Element sect. Five-Element sect? Bai Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he heard this. Many years ago, a young powerhouse with monstrous innate talent had appeared in the Five-Element sect. Due to this reason, he had heard of the Five-Element sect. When he learned that the two most outstanding young disciples of Izumo sect and North Nether sect had been killed, he no longer blamed his direct disciple, Zui Yu, for not helping Enika sect obtain the Profundity Fragment. Based on Zui Yu's words earlier, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was lucky to be alive. At this moment, even though Bai Yu Hai was a martial emperor, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for his disciple. Duan Lingtian? Five-Element sect? Since you killed my direct disciple, Tong Shan, will definitely annihilate your entire sect. Tong Shan raised his head abruptly and looked up at the sky as he shouted. Tong Shan's voice reverberated in the air. A series of majestic sound waves soared into the sky, killing a few unlucky birds that happened to fly by. The birds' corpses fell from the sky. Although Feng Tong did not roar hysterically like Tong Shan, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. His hatred for the Five-Element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met, was no less than Tong Shan's hatred. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what happened outside entrance number 1. Duan Lingtian was also unaware that he had been targeted by two martial emperor powerhouses. Both of them had the intention to kill him without exception. Very soon, Duan Lingtian returned to the vast platform at the end of the stone stairs at the side of the high platform under entrance number 2. The platform was shrouded in black fog with illusory formations hidden inside. Duan Lingtian stood on the platform and turned a deaf ear to the Blade sects, Empyrean temples, and emotion-severing sects disciples who were walking past him. Only when the Five-Element sects disciples walked past him would a faint smile appear on his face. Senior brother Lingtian, Senior brother Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had announced that he was leaving the Five-Element sect, the Five-Element sect's disciples still treated Duan Ling Tian as their senior brother and idol. He had killed the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in a second-rate force all by himself. In the history of the Five-Element sect, there had never been such a monster. Duan Ling Tian waited quietly. Finally, the person he was waiting for appeared. A figure that looked like a fire elf was the first to appear before him. Elder brother Duan Tianwu. Upon seeing the person, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he greeted her. The person was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's current strength far surpassed Wang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that she was the first to appear. Very soon, Wang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong walked out of the illusory formation one by one and joined up with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu. Let's go. Since everyone was here, Duan Ling Tian and the other three did not stay any longer. They climbed up the stone stairs one by one and flew to the top of the high platform at lightning speed. Soon after, they arrived at the top of the high platform. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Very soon, Duan Ling Tian and the other three borrowed the force from the high platform and flew out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure one by one. They reappeared in the vast valley outside of entrance number 2. The moment Duan Ling Tian and the other three appeared, they became the center of attention. This was especially true for Duan Ling Tian. More than 90% of the gazes were on him. Duan Lingan is out. Among all of us who entered from entrance number 2, as far as I know, only Duan Ling Tian has obtained the Profundity Fragment. The Five-Element sect is in luck this time. Apart from the Five-Element sect's disciples, the group of disciples from Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing Sect could not help but mutter to themselves when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Their voices were filled with envy, but none of them were jealous. This was because they knew that the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to obtain and keep the Profundity Fragment was all because of Duan Ling Tian's powerful strength. Otherwise, even if Duan Ling Tian was lucky enough to obtain the Profundity Fragment, he would not have been able to keep it. Sect Leader, Peak Master. After Duan Ling Tian came out, he was the first to fly out and arrived next to Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, and Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. With a raise of his hand, a fragment that was shining with purple energy appeared in his hand. It was the third-level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. This Thunder Profundity Fragment was the Profundity Fragment that Duan Ling Tian had obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Ever since he obtained the 8th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, this Profundity Fragment was dispensable to him. Therefore, he decided to give it to the Five-Element sect as a form of repayment for the Five-Element sect's kindness in cultivating him. Great. Under the burning gaze of the other force's senior officials, Guochong took the concept fragment from Duan Ling Tian and laughed heartily. His laughter came from the bottom of his heart, and it was filled with joy. As a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts, and one of them happened to be the thunder concept. In other words, this thunder profundity fragment happened to be of use to him. With the help of this thunder profundity fragment, it would not take long for him to successfully comprehend the thunder profundity and break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Congratulations, sect leader. Qi Feng was the first to congratulate Guochong. Congratulations, sect leader. At this moment, the other 3 peak masters, including Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, also congratulated Guochong one by one. Congratulations, sect leader. Subsequently, the group of Five-Element sect's disciples who were lucky enough to survive also congratulated Guochong one by one. Duan Lingtian, do you really want to leave the Five-Element sect? Very soon, Guochong put away the thunder profundity fragment in his hand as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. With a solemn expression, he asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the others finally remembered. Not only did Duan Lingtian obtain a profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he had also gotten himself into a huge disaster that could be considered as a catastrophe to the third-rate forces that they were in. Duan Lingtan had killed the two most outstanding young disciples of the second-rate force in the northern desert, Izumo sect. The two young disciples of Izumo sect were undoubtedly the future pillars of the sect. However, they were killed by Duan Lingtian. How could Izumo sect not be angry? In the face of Guochang's question, Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny it. Back then, when he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun and Lei Zhong, every young powerhouse present on the scene saw it clearly. Duan Lingtian, why don't you reconsider? Who knows, we might be able to come up with another solution. Guochang said with a frown. He knew that he could not just let go of a person who had obtained a profundity fragment for the sect and made a great contribution to the sect. I have an idea. Qi Feng, who was standing by the side, replied calmly. Just when everyone's gaze landed on Qi Feng, Duan Lingtian said with a determined expression, Sect leader, Peak Master. I've made up my mind. Let this matter come to an end. Chapter 1007. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the Five-Element sect forever. When he first joined the Five-Element sect, it was more for the sake of coming to Emperor Wu's secret treasure and reuniting with Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. There was no other reason. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue staying in the Five-Element sect. The incident this time happened to be an opportunity for him to leave. Everyone has their own ambitions. Qiyu was about to continue speaking when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the resolute expression on his face. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he nodded his head. He respected Duan Lingtian's decision. Since you insist on leaving, it's useless for us to persuade you to stay. However, you must remember one thing. You, Duan Lingtian, will always be a disciple of our Five-Element sect. The door of the Five-Element sect will always be open for you. Guochang said to Duan Lingtian in a serious manner. His words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, sect leader. Upon hearing Guochang's words, Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he looked at Qiyu and said through voice transmission, Peak Master, I won't be returning to the Five-Element sect with all of you this time. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yi Xian. If it's possible, I'd like to ask Peak Master to take Yi Xian as your direct disciple. Of course, it's not for my sake. It's for the sake of Yi Xian's innate talent and comprehension ability. I believe Peak Master will never let a bright pearl be covered in dust. Since he was already prepared to leave the Five-Element sect, Duan Lingtian would, naturally, have to make the necessary arrangements. Yi Xian was the one who followed him to the Five-Element sects with Peak. This time he left without saying goodbye. No matter what, he wanted to give her an explanation. At the very least, he wanted her to have a backer in the Five-Element sect so she would not be bullied. Naturally, he believed that as long as Yi Xian was given time, Yi Xian would definitely become the rising star of the Five-Element sect. She would stand out among the group of young disciples in the Five-Element sect. As long as she's as outstanding as you said, I'll consider it. Qiyu's reply was simple and straightforward. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he got Qiyu's agreement. As for Yi Xian's talent and perception, he was still very confident. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Dainiu, who had an ugly expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He smiled and said, Dainiu, all good things must come to an end. You don't have to be like this. When you go back this time, remember to say goodbye to Xiao Xian on my behalf. Tell her that I'll visit her when I'm free. Huang Dainiu nodded. I'll take good care of Xiao Xian. I won't let anyone bully her. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Huang Dainiu's words. This was because he knew that with Yi Xian's innate talent and comprehension ability, she would definitely be taken as a direct disciple by Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Once Yi Xian became Qiyu's disciple, she would become his personal disciple. Who in the Five-Elements sect would dare to provoke her? The current Qiyu was different from the previous Qiyu. Ever since Qiyu displayed his strength that was at the peak of the void, his position in the Five-Elements sect was destined to rise as well. He would be able to catch up to the sect leader, Guochang. Then, before Duan Lingtian left, he bade farewell to Yu Fong, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak. As for Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, he was completely ignored by him. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai held it in for a long time. In the end, he could not help but blurt out in a deep voice, "You're a great contributor to our 5-element sect." Cha Bai admit that. However, why did you kill my direct disciple, Hu Fei? After leaving the 5-element sect this time, I don't think Hu Fei took the initiative to provoke you again, did he? It was apparent that Cha Bai had learned from some of the 5-element sect's disciples that his direct disciple, Hu Fei, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Now, he was denouncing Duan Lingtian for his crime. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him as though he did not hear Cha Bai's words at all. He did not bother to explain. Hu Fei did not take the initiative to provoke him again? Just the thought of it made him feel like laughing. Before entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Hu Fei even sent a message to Qin Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, through voice transmission. He told Qin Feng that his strength was far more powerful than Lu Kai, the Sun Moon Sect's disciple, and asked Qin Feng not to agree to his bet. It was fortunate that Qin Feng did not believe his words. Otherwise, the 2 9th-level concept fragments in Qin Feng's hands would definitely not belong to him. It was precisely because of this matter that he directly killed Hu Fei not long after he entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In his opinion, if Hu Fei did not die, he would be a great disaster sooner or later. Zi Shang was undoubtedly a good example. He did not wish for a second Zi Shang to appear. Of course, it was not because he was afraid. It was just that he did not want to waste so much time and energy to deal with those conspiracies and tricks in the dark. When Cha Bai saw that Duan Lingtian had completely ignored him, his face turned even gloomier. Although he had already decided not to incur any more enmity with Duan Lingtian, that was before Duan Lingtian killed his direct disciple, Hu Fei. The moment he found out that Hu Fei was killed by Duan Lingtian, the scruples he had toward Duan Lingtian in his heart had completely vanished. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands to avenge Hu Fei. In his entire life, he only had one direct disciple, and he even regarded him as his successor. However, right now, his direct disciple, his successor, had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, Cha Bai took a deep breath and looked at Guochong with his bloodshot eyes. He wanted Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, to seek justice for his direct disciple, Hu Fei. However, when he saw that Guochong had no intention of paying any attention to him, he knew that Guochong did not intend to interfere in this matter at all. When he thought about it, it made sense as well. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had still obtained a profundity fragment for the 5-element sect. He was a great contributor to the 5-element sect. In front of the profundity fragment, the life of his direct disciple, Hu Fei, was not worth mentioning at all. At once, Cha Bai swallowed the words that he was about to say. His gaze then shifted back to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. Ha! Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the viciousness in Cha Bai's eyes. He could not help but frown as he thought to himself, this Cha Bai is just like his direct disciple, Hu Fei. If I let him live, sooner or later, he'll be a scourge. It's a pity that I can't get rid of him. Indeed. Putting aside the fact that Cha Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, his strength was terrifying. His current strength was not comparable to Cha Bai's, even if he was stronger than him. Unless Cha Bai had secretly done something that almost killed him, it was impossible for Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, to just stand by and watch. No matter what, Cha Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. In terms of identity, status, and influence, he was not someone that his direct disciple, Hu Fei, could be compared to. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong had already handed over their spatial rings to the Blade Sect's senior officials to check. Although Feng Tianwu had obtained a 9th-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity Fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the Profundity Fragment had already merged with her body. Putting aside the fact that the Blade Sect's senior officials could not find out about it, even if they could, It was impossible for them to restore the 9th-level Monarch Stage Profundity Fragment to its original state and use it for their own use. As for Su Li and Zhang Shou-yong, they did not obtain the Profundity Fragment at all. After the verification, the Blade Sect's senior officials were a little disappointed. Duan Lingtun, especially the sect leader of Sword Sect. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes when he looked at Duan Linggen. It's all because of that Skywolf Fort. If it wasn't for them, Duan Lingtian would have been our Blade Sect's disciple long ago. The Profundity Fragment he obtained would have been handed over to Blade Sect instead of the 5-element sect. Saber 5, the vice sect leader of Blade Sect, gritted his teeth as he looked at the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort who were standing alone. I curse all 20 of their Skywolf Fort's disciples to be killed. Immediately after, Sword 5 added another sentence. Upon hearing Saber 5's words, not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shou-yong, but even the group of Blade Sect's disciples who were lucky enough to survive had a strange expression on their faces. One of the 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples had fallen into the bottomless abyss to kill Duan Lingtian. The other 19 disciples had coveted the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands. They had attacked Duan Lingtian as soon as they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In the end, all of them were killed instead. Sect leaders, I plan to leave with Brother Lingtian and return to our hometown, the Dark Han Dynasty. Zhang Shou-yong took the initiative to tell the 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian had already told him about this matter before it was announced. All right. The 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect nodded in agreement. Initially, with Zhang Shou-yong's innate talent and comprehension ability, it was difficult for both of them to take him seriously. However, since Zhang Shou-yong and Feng Tianwu entered Blade Sect together, they knew a little about Zhang Shou-yong. They knew that Zhang Shou-yong came from the Dark Han Dynasty and had a family there. Sect leader, I'll be leaving with elder brother Duan this time as well. At this moment, Feng Tianwu followed up and said. Before she could finish speaking, she looked at the vice sect leader of Sword Sect, Jian Shisan. Vice sect leader, please tell my father that I'll be returning to the Dark Han Dynasty with elder brother Duan. Jian Shisan nodded. The 2 of us old men have no objections to you returning to your hometown. However, we're worried about the 3 of you young people going such a long journey back. The sect leader of Sword Sect frowned. Why don't I ask Shisan to go with all of you? The Shisan that the sect leader of Sword Sect mentioned was naturally Jian Shisan, the vice sect leader of Sword Sect who was also Su Li's master. For Jian Shisan, the vice sect leader of Sword Sect, to personally escort them, it was obvious how important Feng Tianwu was to the sect leader of Sword Sect. Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. However, I think there's no need to trouble vice sect leader. Feng Tianwu rejected the sect leader of Sword Sect's kindness. Before she left Emperor Wu's secret treasure, she had also worried about this when she decided to return to the Dark Han Dynasty with Duan Lingtian. With my current strength, I'll be able to protect all of you on the way back to the Dark Han Dynasty. This was what Duan Lingtian had said to Zhang Shou-yong and her at that time. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.